And we're back with lasers and more genocide and slavery.
Energy weapons. You can watch the laser come in and start attacking right here. And I'll play it with sound and then show you again. So here we can see the laser coming down clearly. And this happens when there's particulate matter, because usually you can't see the laser beams. And all the different colors have different red, blue, green. I saw blue the night of the attacks in 2017 on October 8th in Santa Rosa up in the sky. And so here's your proof positive of directed energy weapons being used. And just play it again so you can see the mass destruction, how quickly it engulfs. And we are story after story. And I'll be interviewing Kenny here shortly, who was in the Paradise Fires, who said he went to help some neighbors and then he got back to his house and his house was gone. And this is how fast it happens. Notice the laser coming down, zap, 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 and then the explosions begin, right? So I had to take this down because some alert subscribers told me this was not Maui being attacked. This was a previous attack. I forget where they said the destination was, but you can see the absolute destruction of hell, hell. And the beams being caused by their taking apart the lands. And then this one that I'll play for you is allegedly also from the Maui.
It's windy and then there's a flash. And I think that's when a tree's falling on a power line. The power goes out, our generator kicks in. The camera comes back online and then the forest is on fire.
And I've said this several times now, and people are picking it up. The song Last Resort Hotel, album Last Resort Hotel California.
I don't get why it's having issues playing. This fucking clip I downloaded.
They call it paradise. I don't know why. And the last words were they call it, Don Henley, they call it paradise. Kiss it goodbye. Well, also in the song they said they went down to.
I don't get why it's fucking pausing. This is a downloaded video. Like, this is bullshit. It doesn't make any sense, to be honest.
Malibu and their neon signs. And then also they said they.
Give me a minute here. Fucking nonsense, bro. But yeah, it says here, if you enjoyed it 9 to the 1-1 and co to the 1-9, then you'll love this right here that you see on the screen. Fake invasion. This is what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for the next natural disaster to be blamed on aliens. Like, I'm surprised the Hawaii thing, you know, the California hurricane, which is Hurricane Hillary, ironically. It's going to be whatever's next, probably. Third time's the charm. Whatever the next natural disaster is, probably in the month of September or August, maybe 9/23. If you remember what happened last year on 9/23 and the year before. Give me a minute here. Let's see. Let's try this again.
Lahaina, you can leave it all behind and sail to Lahaina, Hotel California. We're prisoners of our own devices. You can check in, but you can't.
But you can't leave.
This is how long they've been planning to burn up humanity. And that's how. And then I'm going to show you a laser montage here, but just check out, this is from the
All right, I'm going to try to get back to this.
Site, a government accountability
I'm going to get back to this and let it load or something. Again, I think it just needs to load more or some shit. Give me a minute here.
Saturday, August 12th, 2023. Thank you for joining me today. Well, you can thank my brother for the show, this focus that I'm going to be doing today. As you guys know, I'm very, very skeptical of any time there's a big momentum in the media, especially the partisan media, and this topic in general, because, and you know my coverage on this, which we'll go over to a small degree, from California, directed energy weapons in general, we covered. It's something that when this first developed, and as always, as we should be, I was very skeptical, wondering, seeing the same kind of things pop up, and yes, seeing old images and old information recycled, going, okay. So that early on set me going, okay, I'm feeling very skeptical against this entire discussion. And again, as we always should be, it's really only what we can prove is the way we should be looking at this. But at the same time, that doesn't mean ignore and don't ask questions and ignore things that are suspicious. We should never be afraid to ask, could this be directed energy weapons? Could this be anything you think might be possible? The idea that we're afraid to ask questions like that is just, it really does blow my mind today, as much as we all see why. We're being engineered to be afraid of conspiracy theory, despite how many things that are called conspiracy theory that quite literally end up being what happens. But that doesn't mean it because it's called conspiracy theory or because it's a theory around something that we also know that it's true. My point is on this topic in general. Today I had a whole bunch organized that I'm actually thinking I might try to do after this as well, if not tomorrow. And I was organizing the entire show and just like usual, opening points and all sorts of different things. And what I discovered in looking into this topic, almost, I just kind of being honest, almost because my brother was interested and I was too, and I was organizing different points. I reached out to Shelby from Unjected to have on to kind of get her thoughts, that kind of stuff. But as I was looking through this today, I found some things that kind of blew my mind. And it's not going to be the trees burning from the inside or the weird suspicious things or the things that we can't prove, as much as I'm also interested in why those things are happening. And I'll get into my thoughts around the weird oddities of the fire. Well, I guess I can just say it now in general, but one of the things that I'm always very, like in the California fires, I did a lot of research on that. Speaking to firemen, who, by the way, many of which were the ones telling us this is unparalleled, this must be something different. We saw things from the sky, all sorts of strange things which we've talked to, or which we've covered, people talking to them, people high up in the departments speaking on the record about things that they thought were unexplainable. However, I've also in that research come to find a lot of the things that we continue to see, oddities of the trees being left when everything else is burned. I've come to understand, at least what I'm told, and I'm not a fireman, that those things happen, that there are, based on moisture and different wind currents and all sorts of things, that they end up seeing things that they never would have thought possible, and that they would argue are because of the different dynamics. All I'm saying in that point is that we see a lot of things that we think are suspicious that don't always amount to, we know this is direct energy weapons or whatever the current thing you might think is. And that's what happens far too much in the partisan media. So today, I'm just focusing on this. There's not going to be any other topic we're going to get into. I'm just going to start off in regard to a couple of the points that are being made and the things circulating. And I'm going to go through what I found, direct energy weapon stuff from before, and then what I found in this, which is ultimately that there are not just one, but at least as I can see, two very important, like top secret level U.S. military, I'm going to call them installations on Maui. One of which I'll show you today is quite literally dedicated to the creation of direct energy weapons. And that's not my opinion, at least in part. It's called the Directed Energy Directorate. And it's one of these locations there's one in New Mexico, there's one in Maui. And I'll get into all the information so I don't mispronounce the names about where these things are. And I just thought that was a little bit ridiculous. It's like, that doesn't prove necessarily that that's what was used or that that's something that caused this. But at the same time, I found that a little bit interesting. And then the more you dig, the more you find out. And apparently there's a lot of really suspicious and interesting things around all of this that tie back to why this was built in the first place. It goes all the way back to the Soviets, if you can believe that. And what this really is. I mean, the idea of direct energy weapons in general, even right now, is sort of regarded as a conspiracy theory, despite the fact that it's an openly discussed. I'll show you a Lockheed Martin video, a Fox News video talking about direct energy weapons. And yet at the same time, even back covering the California fires, this was kind of disregarded as, well, that's a fake story. Oh, those things aren't real. And it just shows you that the ability, just like with COVID-19, the apparatus has to create the feeling that things are fake, even as we watch them happen. So all that aside, I'll make more points as we go through it. I quite frankly think that it's not impossible that these things were used. I mean, let's put it this way. Can you start a fire with direct energy weapons? Yes. Do they exist? Yes. Are there reasons the government might have done this to execute X, Y, and Z? Obviously. But that doesn't prove that they happen. Now, I'm going to start right out of the gate and tell you, answering the question of the title, I don't know. And I'm not, many people may even think, looking at this title, like, oh, this is just his way of getting you to get involved. And my answer is I don't know. And that's where it's going to end today. I don't know if they were used. But I do think what we're finding today is important to the conversation that I haven't seen anywhere else. while far too many people focus on things that are wildly unprovable. So starting off on that exact note, let's talk about Mr. Norwal here and the idea of climate change being focused, or more to the point about his typical coverage and the, bot-driven kind of marketing level Twitter kind of creators that they see rising to the top today, where they just basically toe the mainstream lines and frame that as independent media fighting back. It's very strange. But here's where he writes, heart-wrenching scenes in Hawaii, which are pretty sad, by the way. Whether or not there's a conspiracy or a direct energy weapons, it's terrible, terrible thing that happened there. People are, the stories you hear are real. There's videos all over the place. People jumping in the water to get away from what's going on. That in and of itself is terrifying. But and he writes, Maui death toll over 80, which, by the way, according to Shelby and plenty of others, that locally they feel that it's well over 100, if not far more than that. And they're questioning why the media is underreporting that. But again, that could just be a discrepancy, right? I'm the first one that's going to say that the corporate media, literally their job is to misinform you. Maybe they don't think that, but I think it's about obfuscating. But that doesn't mean that's what's happening here, even though that's likely. You get my point? We shouldn't assume. I know you guys agree with that. From new to the channel, though, that's where we are. And we always should be, as much as that may feel irritating sometimes when you think that you know what's going on. And maybe you do. Maybe we're wrong. But we should never push back against objectivity, even irritatingly so. People leaped into the ocean to evade flames and billowing smoke in Maui. Officials state, this is what he's writing, officials state that at least 80 people have died. Unfortunately, they expect the number to rise. And again, back to that earlier point, it could just be that they couldn't confirm, there's always things that most people are very
shout out to T-Lav. He does look like he lost a lot of weight for sure. But I'll be right back. I'm doing something in the background. Much love.
Guard today, and rightly so, because of COVID, because of a lot of things. We all seem to understand that our government almost not only just doesn't want to tell us the truth, but hates us almost. That's how a lot of people are getting to understand and feel. So it's not hard to see why people are so quick to question. And I love that. I'd rather have people assume fake things than blindly follow the government, to be quite honest. They're both bad. They both lead in negative ways, but I think you're safer not trusting the government, in my ultimate opinion. Hundreds more remain unaccounted for in one of the worst wildfire catastrophes. How did it start? He said it's believed that brush fire started in Maui on Tuesday. They were stoked on Wednesday. And I'll get into one thing that RFK Jr. posted that I do think is relevant. If not, whether or not it's the reason, I think it's very relevant and I agree with it. But here's the point I love. Climate change to blame.
And yeah, shout out to my girl Orwell Huxley in the chat. It's funny. She's modded up on this random channel that's like a burner account to upload. This is the thing that I think Last American Vagabond does. He has all these burner accounts. It's a genius idea, honestly, and model, because you know that if you're really trying to put out real hard-hitting truth, that you're going to be fucked with. So at every level and removed. So yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll show you at the end. They have no shame when it comes to this kind of stuff. I mean, you can quite literally prove, like we did in other examples, both California and elsewhere, more recent fires. Forget where was the last one we just talked about, the huge one where they were freaking out. Scotland, I forget now, but they were just like, oh, climate change, fires. And then it got definitively proven that almost everyone started with arsonists. And they didn't circle back and go, yeah, not climate change. They just kept going with the narrative, right? These people are shameless. The corporate media, I mean. And they will just find an abstract somersaulting reason to make this about climate change because that's what they want you to think. It's like anything else. And don't forget, CNN, James O'Keefe got him on the record saying, yeah, we're going to shift into climate change because that's what we're going to do. Here we are. But here he is going, as the pushing back independent media, climate change to blame. Well, the severity of the fires in Maui have been blamed by some experts on climate change. Despite the fact that there's already multiple this is a really stupid argument, especially when we're at a point where we don't know. That's a stupid. People that are saying it's climate change would laugh at somebody saying it's a direct energy weapon. Neither one is provable as far as I can tell. But they would see it as conspiracy theory. Well, that's not different. Let's put it that way. The view of climate change was to blame as opposed by Clay, however you pronounce that last name, Clay T., University of Hawaii at Manoa professor and environmental management expert, who said blaming this on weather and climate is misleading. Fire problem is due to the vast areas of unmanaged, non-native grassland from decades of declining agriculture, as well as the corporate side of that, which RFK points at. I agree with this. I saw similar things in Oahu when I lived there for a couple of years. But what's your stance on climate change? It's an interesting way to end that. Now, the video is pretty, it just, by the way, if you want to see more videos of this kind of stuff, it is everywhere. And I recommend you take a look at it so you can kind of come to your own conclusions about it, but be on guard because I can prove to you, which I'm not going to get into today, there are 1,000 different examples of old videos that aren't even from Hawaii, old images from previous fires from Hawaii, but from elsewhere as well, all being parroted around on TikTok, which everyone shares without checking because Twitter files and people being misled. Doesn't mean this is fake, but it means that there are a lot of people that are not checking or trying to deceive. This is a video that, as far as I can tell, is definitely from Hawaii or Maui, and it's just a sad compilation. So you guys can some of the things they're talking about. People that jump into the water. I mean, that right there, right at the beginning, that's a terrifying reality right there. That's smoke and fire. The heat coming off of that must be unbearable. And these people are in the ocean, in stormy weather, trying to survive. That's sad. This guy's sleeping next to the ocean, next to the break wall. Look at that. You know, all theories aside, it's just really heartbreaking this happened to a beautiful place where, you know, at least in my experience, full of very beautiful people living a very different life than we're used to in most of the world. Sad. And really, as we get into it, you'll see there's a lot of possible reasons about this. You know, I'll get into one of the early ones about one of the World Economic Forum posts. You know, people are talking about climate change conversations, you know, activists starting things, you know, that would even logically make sense, what we've seen around the world, you know, but we've also seen examples of, you know, arguments of energy transitions, of, you know, what the governments of Hawaii have been arguing they want to achieve. And we'll show you all these, you know, or the, what was the other one? There's plenty of, I mean, there's never a shortage of different theories. If you want to see an endless amount of videos, many of which are real, that you can verify of very strange things, weird fires, you know, trees burning from the inside, which we always seem to see, right? Again, there's firemen that will tell you that that happens, right? The way the moisture works and all sorts of things. I'm not saying I know that for sure, but my point is I'm not going to go over all these videos. If you want to see them, they're very easy to find. They're all over the place. This is just kind of give you a feel of what the immensity of how big this is. Lahaina being the main location of the starting fire, from what I'm going to show you. It's interesting. I'll just actually jump to the end real quickly and show you this map, or at the end, where was this? Right here, yeah. So apparently this is from the 8th satellite imagery. You know, Lahaina is over here, and you can see, for those in the podcast, like the western side of the island, sort of like the northwestern peak, or western specifically, but on the northwestern peak, Lahaina. But then you can see fires over here in the mainland. Or I guess we wouldn't call it the mainland. The mainland would be more of the larger island. But I guess, yeah, it depends. I'm trying to think of it like how you compare it to smaller islands. But you can see for the podcast, it's sort of in the middle center of the large part of Maui. And some of the largest fire spots are the red spots right there. So it's just interesting. Like, are those connected? In the bigger sense of like the argument of what we're talking about, or a lot of the theories going around, it doesn't really seem to add up. But with what I've kind of found today, the location is really interesting. And that has to do with these locations that are working on these exact weapons. It's alarming, to be quite frank, whether or not these are caused by that, what they're doing here, and what they might be planning with that. But here is what Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said. Hawaii fires result from... Now, you know, I'm glad I just reread that, because before I thought he was claiming this fire, but he's saying in a general sense. So I much more agree with this general statement. Hawaii fires result...
Hey, guys, RFK is going to save us, so just trust the plan, and we'll be all right, you know? But yeah, Void, you're right on the money, dude. Climate change is a trigger phase, like Sovsit, like conspiracy theorist, like flat earth, deep state, so on and so on. Well said, sir. Right on the money.
From poor tending of the land. First, industrial agriculture plantations obliterated native ecosystems, which is almost...
You know, don't forget anti-vex and anti-slave muzzle, et cetera, et cetera.
Always what's like in Oahu, for example, one of the biggest issues, they have these massive landslides, which came because of non-indigenous plant life that was brought because of corporations and different, you know, boat immigration, as well as tourism coming from boats and things ended up being planted, and then all of a sudden these things were the roots were too shallow and they overtook everything, and now you get massive landslides, you know, and so these kind of things are common with lack of concern for the indigenous area, which is pretty common when it comes to occupied territories like Hawaii. But it says when these far, and before you skip past that, let's be real about that, guys. I lived in Hawaii for 2 years. People in Hawaii most people you talk to do not think they're Americans. They're Hawaiians. They don't see themselves as part of the United States. This is an occupied territory. They literally colonialized this area, stole all this. They still to this day completely, it's terrible. It's a terrible thing if you understand the history of Hawaii, but we just pretend it's one of the states today, right? But it says when these farms were abandoned, combustible invasive grasses took over. Now, again, largely by people that don't care about the indigenous wildlife, the people that live there, everything, right? So this, whether or not this is what happened there, is absolutely a part of why these things happen. Could it be the only reason? Certainly possible. But I do think the immensity of the fires and what we saw, and the kind of like almost in totality of it, not just across the board, everything, that is pretty strange to me. Because especially, but again, if they're talking about the storms and the winds that kept this kind of thing going, like I would say feasibly that would make sense. But I'm very skeptical of how and why this all took place. But that doesn't then prove that we know there's foul play. But here's one of the first things I'm seeing people today, especially, kind of circulate: how Hawaii plans to be the first U.S. state to run entirely on clean energy. Now, if you just look at this, and by the way, we shouldn't dismiss.
You know, on a separate note, it's a funny synchronicity because, like, they're talking. What he calls them is, if you see right there, it says hashtag TLAV, TLAV. It stands for the Last American Vagabond, pirate streams, and like it's because he has all these burner accounts streaming his, you know, content, since YouTube doesn't prefer him on the platform to catch my drift. So, like many people who are speaking certain subject matter, but what do you call it? So, Truth or Cop did a stream tonight on Paul called, and he had some high numbers tonight, man, like record numbers for Truth or Cop. So shout out if you're listening to Truth or Cop. But yeah, fucking, he was in here last night. I mean, not last night, Friday night. But yeah, what was it called? It was called Doxing Paul's Booty, and it was like I can't remember, but it was like Paul is the skeleton or is the pirate, and I can't remember if it's like a skeleton stabbing him or in the ass or what it was, but it was a funny thumbnail. But anyway, I'll show it in a minute.
This argument being, well, they're going to sweep all this out and start that direction on this, kind of a clean slate. Seems to make sense with, if you know more information. Maybe that would be the case. And we're also I'll show you at the end. There's a local, I just thought this was interesting video to include, making a very valid argument about how these exact locations have been aggressively pressured over the last so many decades to be bought out for corporate reasons and for government reasons. And then suddenly this happens. Yeah, these things happen. Doesn't prove anything. Certainly should consider that. I wouldn't put it past these corporations or the government for doing something like this, but that most people that doesn't sit well. They don't want to believe they would be willing to do something like this. I'm not saying that's the case, but this is interesting, right? So at first glance, you go, yeah, that seems interesting, especially with how the immensity of the World Economic Forum plan, what we're seeing all around the world, the lockstep agenda, right? But when you read into it, there's a little bit of a contradictory point to this. It may have a reputation as an ecological paradise, but Hawaii is also one of America's most fossil fuel dependent states. Basically saying, again, the point is that they're dedicating the plan to go into the clean energy direction and want to be the first ones. To cut the state's greenhouse gas emissions, which again, let's be real about the reality of the argument of carbon tax and what they're doing with climate change direction here is not real, in my opinion. Feel free to disagree. Not saying we're not destroying the planet. I absolutely believe that all the masks and gloves and plastics and everything in the ocean, all the stuff that's happening, and all the military pollution, and all the burn pits, and all that is ruining the planet. But that does not mean that carbon is the issue, and does not mean that we have to worry about greenhouse gas emissions. But you can disagree. That's what's great about real conversation. But it says the Hawaiian government launched a clean energy initiative in 2008, which pledges to establish new green credentials and aims to use 100% renewable electricity to power the entire state by 2045. So I guess if you want to argue that this would be a quick way to do that, especially if you believe that some people in certain positions of power might actually believe that we're all going to die in so many years if we don't accomplish this, like that's how you can start to understand how something like this might actually make sense to some people. It might actually just make sense because people are believing that we will die if we don't do this kind of rash action, and if they see pushback, they might just pull the trigger. But again, human life. But don't really seem to care about human life all over the world as they execute their war agenda. So let's be real. But here's what gets interesting. In a significant move, 4 mayors from across the state have signed an agreement, and this was 2018. This was written. An agreement to run Hawaii's public transport system only using clean energy by 2045. Making the announcement abroad, a traditional Hawaiian voyaging canoe Maui Mayor Alan Arakawa said, quote, "The goals we are setting today are not only desirable but attainable, and help send the message that Maui County and Hawaii are open for innovation to help ensure the greater health of our communities and the planet as a whole." President Donald Trump decided last year to withdraw from the U.S. from the Paris Agreement, which is dedicated to keeping the global warming temperature below 2 degrees Celsius if possible. Soon afterward, after Trump pulled out, Hawaii became the first state. Now, Hawaii as a state means all of the 8 islands and the smaller as well, to turn the agreement into official policy, which led the island's governor, David EGA, if somebody is Hawaiian, let me know, you'd say IGE, to say climate change is real, he says, regardless of what others may say. So clearly, they're committed to this. Hawaii's commitment to improving the environment is such that it's currently home to more than 60 clean energy projects. Oh, okay, well, that's interesting. Including 9 wind farms, 19 hydroelectric facilities, and 22 solar power plants. Okay, well, that was the first time I was like, okay, oh, wait a minute, as I'm reading this. Okay, well, so the argument would be that they would do this to execute this plan, but so the argument is that, just being, entertaining the theory about whether this was done for this reason. Well, that would argue that they would kind of clean slate this island in order to roll out clean energy, but in doing so, destroy all of their clean energy setup. Like, maybe. But that doesn't line up for me, right? So the argument being, not all of these, but in particular, here's the map itself. This being Maui. And you can see right here, you've got a hydroelectric plant, you've got a solar plant. I mean, literally almost exactly in Lahaina, or close enough anyway. But then all over the entire island, especially close to the other fires, you've got multiple, there's 5 or 6 gigantic green energy, if you want to call it that, non-renewable, unreliable energy. In Maui. So it would be an interesting argument. A hydroelectric plant, you've got a solar plant. I mean, literally almost exactly in Lahaina, or close enough anyway. But then all over the entire island, especially close to the other fires, you've got multiple, there's 5 or 6 gigantic green energy, if you want to call it that, non-renewable, unreliable energy in Maui. So it would be an interesting argument to say those would be destroyed in the effort to do the same thing. Maybe, possibly. But overall, you can see a huge effort all over these islands to roll this out. So if you want to look further, the map will be included. Now it says, according to the Energy Office, they have the capacity to generate 156 million kilowatts of energy per month. I think that was the main point on this one. Oh, yeah, that was right. And it says that Tesla has also installed a 272 power pack, 2 battery systems to store solar energy and use at night on Maui. or in the state of Hawaii somewhere. According to Tesla, the project is expected to reduce fossil fuel use by around 1.6 million gallons. It's interesting how often Tesla and Elon Musk overlap with all these agendas, but weird how the people that support don't want to associate with that. Sort of like we want to go BlackRock bad, except we notice that Rumble is the funded by BlackRock and Vanguard. La la la. We don't want to see that, because it doesn't line up with our agenda. Well, here, let's talk about conspiracy theory. Directed energy weapons in Maui. We'll check it out, guys. Apparently, we're all wrong. Newsweek says it's a conspiracy theory. Yahoo says it's a conspiracy theory. AP News says it's a conspiracy theory. So that's the show, guys. We're wrong. No, I'm just kidding. The point is that, of course, you're going to get all this stuff. And if you read into these articles, they're not doing any due diligence. They just go, that's not what we're supposed to say. And that's apparently fake. So end of fact check. It's just so frustrating that they can't even, like, if you're going to do a fact check about this, then do a fact check. They don't, though. They just toe the line. And it's impossibly frustrating because people actually look at this stuff. No matter how often you show that the old ones are wrong, right? You can go back and look at like their entire body of fact check work, and it's like probably 80% incorrect. And I'm not even making that up. It's very, very clumsy. COVID-19 is a great example of that. But my point being is that if you look into all of this, you're going to find them telling you, well, no. In fact, almost borderline telling you direct energy weapons aren't even real. So before we even get into the important part of this, which is the Air Force Maui Optical and Supercomputing Site, or more specifically, the AFRL Directed Energy Directorate, which operates one in New Mexico, but one in Maui, very near this whole thing. And then we'll talk about the actual people involved with this who are on the record telling us that they're working on weapons. So it's kind of hard not to see that, even though you look it up elsewhere and they don't seem to mention weapons anywhere. It's very strange, right? Of course, it's that easy to see. But before we do that, let's make sure we understand that direct energy weapons, for those that may not want to hear, are very real. It's not even up for debate. It's like the idea of geoengineering, where they can literally be telling you we're doing this to stop climate change, and then you bring it up on Twitter and people go, tinfoil hat. And you're like, man, didn't you just say this is about fighting climate change? It's almost like people can't, like they've been broken. Like they can acknowledge that they're, yay, geoengineering, stop climate change. But then you point at it from a plane and they go, fake news. It's just very strange. It's the same point, right? You can literally prove this. It's been around for decades. They're openly talking about it. Been working on it since the 70s, and yet there's been 100 patents, and yet it's fake news for some people. Now, here's an article we did on 2019, or a show I did a long time ago. If you don't want to look at this, I look really silly. But the point is, watch it. That was good information. I talked about the U.S. Congress's Israel-focused directed energy directed energy weapon bill. So here was the article, and you can watch it if you want, from Mint-Press News, written by none other than Whitney Webb, about the new bill would see U.S. taxpayers subsidize experimental Israeli laser weapons. Shocking. Nothing new about that. Continuing to pay for all their, it's just silly, right? This is hard to justify today. Back then, it was just every 30 seconds. I mean, half the stuff was being worked on, or even like the Iron Dome being funded by our money in order to, aiding Israel despite them not really needing our aid, and then selling those weapons to the United States. Like, it's double dipping right there. It happens all the time. But this is an important article. You should read this. But one of the points I want to show is here's a Representative Elise Stefanik saying she and Ted Lieu introduced the U.S.-Israel Directed Energy Cooperation Act. This bipartisan bill allows us to collaborate with Israel to counter global adversarial threat. That's always how it gets framed, right? Let's manufacture something in Cuba. Hey, bad guy Cuba stuff. Now we need to work on it. Directly, that's how this goes. Whether that's actually what happened or not. The point is they'll say bad guys do those things over there, so we have to do them, right? Cluster munitions happening over there, so we have to use them too, even though we don't want to. Right? They've always been doing this. The only way they justified it was saying we have to do this because bad guys are doing it. But do you believe that? That's up to you to decide. Here's the actual bill, HR 6725, to authorize the Secretary of
Again, guys, who's going to fact check the fact check?
Defense upon request of the Ministry of Defense of Israel. Great. So Israel asks, and the U.S. government steps to. And with the concurrence of the Secretary of State to carry out research, development, and testing. That's important. And evaluation activities on a joint basis with Israel to establish directed energy capabilities, weapons. So the point is, this shouldn't be hard to wrap your mind around, that they have been doing this for a long time. This is 2018. The point was that they're going to research, develop, and test them. I haven't seen any examples of real testing outside of a few examples we'll get into. So the question should be, is that something that might have happened? Now, if you can't think that it's possible that a test could go awry, that a military test like that's never happened before could go awry in a location where they're literally building direct energy weapons, and then they've got another location where they're actively doing some other stuff we'll get into, can we not at least ask if it's possible, let alone doing this on purpose? That they could have been like, let's see what happens when we do this new version, and then boom, fire start, and then what are they going to do? Nothing. I'm just theorizing. Yeah, right? We're theorizing about possible conspiracies, about covering things up. Never happened before, right? The point is we should always have the courage to do that. And if we know that they have been working on and testing these things, it's obviously possible that could have been what happened. Just one of the many. But here is an example, as I pointed out, from Fox Firepower. I used to play this all the time, and I'll play the video for you right now where they're openly showing you exactly what these things can do.
Lasers sound like the stuff of science fiction, right?
Which, by the way, it's funny, when this came out, these things were public. You can look up the research going back 20 years. They're actually for the 70s. But even then, sounds like science fiction, right? I know, fake news, right? It's amazing that people still push back.
Completely unbelievable. How could our military possibly be using those in future warfare? Guess what? We've just had a recent breakthrough, more great test results that are making lasers a reality. So it's called Athena. Lockheed Martin makes it, and they've been doing a lot of the pioneering in this laser field. Now, what's really exciting about it is that it's so hard to harness that much power and make it compact enough that's actually going to make practical sense downrange. And they've proven that they can do that. Recently, they tested it against 5 moving drones. So realistic drones they might go up against, with, enemy forces might send against us, for example, or terrorists might send against us. And it successfully shot down all 5 of the drones. This is huge news because it means that in a realistic, practical setting, it's looking very promising. So it could be ready to field quite soon. So when you see the movies or you look at comic books or television shows, when you see laser weapons, they tend to be a color, right? Red or green or something like that. Real lasers, one of the key advantages that they provide is that they are invisible. You actually can't see them. Right. You just see this damage suddenly starting to blow something up. One of the key advantages that they provide is that they are invisible. You actually can't see them. Right. You just see this damage suddenly starting to real lasers, one of the key advantages that they provide is that they are invisible. You actually can't see them. Right. You just see this damage suddenly starting to blow something up. So if we take a look now at what the Athena did to a truck. So we're looking at a truck engine, and the Athena within seconds was able to beam right in there, heat the whole thing up, and burn through the engine of this vehicle.
Doesn't that look familiar? Like if it just, again, just because it looks the same does not mean that's what it is. But being honest, that looks very similar to some of the things we saw in California and these different examples. Something to point out.
So if you imagine if you were in that vehicle, all of a sudden this hole would start appearing in your engine and the whole thing would just disappear. That's what these lasers do. Now there's some other key advantages that we should mention. Let me give you 3 of them. 1, unlimited ammo. As long as we have power, we have an unlimited magazine. And downrange, of course, having unlimited ammo can be a huge advantage. 2nd, it's silent. You don't give the enemy any advance warning that it's coming.
You see why this is obviously something they've wanted for a long time. So we're going to get into a point in a minute where they go over why they just kind of decided to put this in the back burner. Don't believe that. That's a joke. This is probably one of the things they've wanted the most for a long time. And the reality is that it's never, when we get told it's on the back burner, that's when they're like, okay, we're doing this, right? We're going to actually use, and then they want you to think that it's not in the public eye, probably because they're doing things they don't want you to know about. That'd be my opinion.
And then the 3rd one I wanted to touch on is that it travels.
And in case I didn't make it clear, that's a verifiable reality. They've been using these, so let's not pretend like it's on the back burner.
So not, 2nd, it's silent. Don't give the enemy any advance warning that it's coming. And then the 3rd one I wanted to touch on is that it travels at the speed of light. So not only are we delivering powerful, decisive effects, lethality, we're also doing it so rapidly they don't know what hit them. So if you circle back to that example of being in the car again, that would happen so instantaneously within seconds. You truly would have no idea what was happening. It would just suddenly start disintegrating, right? So what can we use these against? So we talked about the vehicle a bit. We talked about how Athena has just proven itself against drones. But in the real world application, our forces could use it against the drones. We could use it against aircraft. We could use it against vehicles on the ground, like we mentioned. We could also use it against fast attack boats. And in fact, Athena's sibling, Adam, a couple years ago proved that it could eliminate these fast attack boats. If you imagine boats start trying to swarm one of our ships, not a problem for this laser. Burns right through the hull. As you can see right there, it's burning right through the hull. I'm incredibly excited about this news, this great news about the successful testing of Athena, because it means that we'll be putting these powerful weapons soon. We could put them in the hands of our warfighters and give them even more powerful weaponry to keep themselves safe and also to deliver the effects that we need. They can use laser weapons to use offensively and of course defensively too to help protect our homeland. Think of our airports that might be under threat from enemy drones. They could be used to protect our, use them statically and used to protect our airports. They could be used to protect our power grid, our nuclear plants. So there's lots of different exciting applications for this technology. There's no longer science fiction, but science fact. Yeah, well, it wasn't science fiction before this, and this is like half a decade old, right? This, I mean, and let's not pretend like this isn't in the hands of Israel. We know that they worked in joint. They worked with Israel to develop these things. They probably still are. So the reality is that this is something that is probably being executed all around the world. You can't see it. You can't prove that it was there, right? I mean, so who knows? We see all these examples of, and even just pulling back from the intentional point, which we should never shy away from. I find it's more likely this is something that could be tested that ends up doing something they can't pull back from, and they just let it happen. I mean, even like with the PG&E discussion, like they ended up saying, well, it was, PG&E, they didn't do the whole thing, and the PG&E just increases your bill. Did they get held accountable for that? Not that I can see, right? So it makes you really wonder whether this is something that could be, in that realm. And then just not that you need to see this as well, but here is Lockheed Martin's video, just so we know this isn't just some Fox video that's lying about it. It's just the same thing. They're shooting down the drones, laser weapons. This one's 5 years ago. Now here's Donald Rumsfeld saying some very, very revealing things from quite a while ago, right? So we're talking about this. The video's 12 years old, but I think it was older than that. The point is that he's talking about, one, working on them all the way back then, but then the way they discuss whether they're going to be testing them and whether they would bring them into use if need be.
Can I ask you a question about some of the technology that you're developing to fight the war on terror, specifically directed energy and high-powered microwave technology? When do you envision that you can...
Classic mainstream media apparatus woman right there.
weaponize that type of technology?
Goodness. It is in, for the most part, the kinds of things you're talking about are in very early stages. Do you have anything you'd add?
I don't think I would add much. I think they are in early stages and probably not ready for employment at this point.
In the normal order of things, when you invest in research and development and begin a developmental project, you don't have any intention or expectations that one would use it. On the other hand, the real world intervenes from time to time, and you reach in there and take something out that is still in a developmental stage, and you might use it. So your question is not answerable. It depends on what happens in the future and how well things move along the track, and whether or not someone feels it's appropriate to reach into a development stage and see if something might be useful, as was the case with the unmanned aerial vehicles.
But you're not going to experiment.
Right. And let's not forget, those things were used a hell of a lot before we were really told that they were being used. Assassinating people.
I think that's the point, and I think that we have, I think, from the beginning of this conflict, I think General Franks has been very open to looking at new things if there are new things available, and has been willing to put them into the fight even before they've been fully wrung out. And I think
Great, right. So again, putting them into fight before we, are understanding how they work properly, or right. I mean, that's an interesting statement. Seeing as how it's very possible that this thing could have been something that was tested and ended up causing a problem, and right. I mean, just thinking outside the box.
that's not referring to these two particular cases of directed energy or high-powered microwave, but sure, and
Yes.
we will continue to do that.
The microwave aspect is interesting because these are in the same wheelhouse, right? So we talk about things like what happened in Cuba. It's and I'll show you a couple points on that in a second, I think, unless I got rid of it. Oh yeah, I think I did. There's an article about that in the past. But the bottom line is in Cuba, we talked about that, where their own arguments. Where let me see. Oh no, I do have it next. Okay, I thought let me show you this video and we'll point a couple things out about that, where they admit after research that they thought a weapon like this, even though we still argue with some people this is fake. It's hilarious. This one is from 8 years ago. And I think this is important both for this general conversation, but also for the 5G direction, which don't forget was originally used as a crowd control military type weapon. And that's what this still could be. If this thing is turned up high enough, it literally makes your skin burn. You can, and even more so if it's higher, you could look at it's on their patents, it's on the research for this exact technology. And this is exactly what this is. We're talking about a similar discussion. This is a microwave weapon, heat ray. So just realize this is 8 years ago, and this is what they could have done with just a microwave directed weapon.
DoD's active denial technology and future solid-state active denial technology system will produce a focused beam of directed energy to provide our troops a non-lethal option to stop, deter, and turn back suspicious individuals with minimal risk of injury. Active denial technology is designed to protect the innocent, minimize fatalities, and limit collateral damage across the range of military operations. Active denial technology uses radio frequency millimeter waves at a frequency of 95 gigahertz, traveling at the speed of light. The millimeter wave directed energy engages the subject, penetrating the skin to a depth of only about 1/64 of an inch. The beam produces an intolerable heating sensation, compelling the targeted individual to instinctively move. For the military, active denial technology can be used for both force application and force protection missions. Applications include crowd control, perimeter security, patrol and convoy protection.
You get the gist, right? The point is just simply they turn these things on and you feel like you're burning, about to explode, and you run. Very, very interesting. So here's the overlap with this article from August 10th, 2017. A group of American diplomats in Cuba suffered unexplained severe hearing loss blamed on a covert sonic device. And it simply says, after months of investigation, U.S. officials concluded the diplomats had been exposed to an advanced device that operated outside the range of audible sound, that sounds familiar, and had been deployed either inside or outside the residences. It was not immediately clear whether the device was a weapon used in a deliberate attack or some other purpose. Interesting, even though that was not really how it gets reported still. Now here is a direct Congressional Research Service document from 2022. We're talking about directed energy weapons, background and issues for Congress. It says directed energy weapons use concentrated electromagnetic energy rather than kinetic energy to combat enemy forces. That's how this is a weapon, no matter how you spin this. Although the United States has been researching directed energy weapons since, the 60s, some experts have observed that the DoD has invested billions of dollars in directed energy programs that failed to reach maturity, or that's what we're told, and were ultimately canceled, or that's what we're told. I mean, quite frankly, we know this is being used, so I don't buy that for a second. In recent years, however, the DoD has made progress on directed energy weapons development. Interesting. Deploying the first operational U.S. directed energy weapon in 2014 aboard the USS Ponce. Since then, actually, now that I think about it, I should have looked into where that ship actually goes. It'd be interesting if it happens to be stationed somewhere in Hawaii, or I don't know. I'll just look it up. You guys let me know. Since then, directed energy weapons development has continued, with DoD issuing a directed energy roadmap to coordinate the department's efforts. DoD has also introduced a high energy laser scaling initiative, which seeks to strengthen defense industrial base for directed energy weapons and improve laser beam quality and efficiency. Interesting. So there's a lot more you can read in this, but that's just the main point. Is obviously these things are real. 2022. Here's in 2023. Vice reports that the Pentagon is spending $1 billion a year on directed energy weapons. So clearly the point is, whether they stopped or not, 22 forward, they are in this. They are researching, they are spending $1 billion a year, probably, which means 100 billion, we don't even get told, and they're working on this. So it's interesting to think about what that might translate to. There's some videos here from CNN showing them working on this stuff. Very interesting. Now here's where it gets especially interesting. In my research on this, really just to kind of find out what I think is going on, I came across a location in Maui. Now this is called the AFRL, or the Air Force Maui Optical and Supercomputing Site, or AMOS, or the AFRL stands for the Air Force Research Laboratory. That's just a general overview. The AMOS is the Air Force Maui Optical and Supercomputing Site. It says freedom to operate and maintain satellites in space. Now, this is how they frame this, by the way, and I'm going to get into what the actual guy running it says more than once on the record, but they frame this as some kind of surveillance space operation. And saying that the U.S. Air Force assists in achieving this freedom of basically operating satellites with security and making sure nobody's going to shoot them out of the sky or out of space. The U.S. Air Force assists in achieving this freedom in part by maintaining an awareness of the locations and capabilities of all man-made objects in space. This awareness is called space domain awareness. The scientists and engineers of the Air Force Research Laboratory advance technologies that improve the nation's capability to maintain that awareness, number and sizes and locations and capabilities of man-made objects in space over time. The AFRL Directed Energy Directorate, which is the main point that we're talking about today, operates 2 major telescope sites. They're not just telescope sites that are used to advance SSA technologies. One of these sites is located in Kirkland Air Force Base, New Mexico. The other site is located on Maui, Hawaii. The Maui site is called the Air Force Maui Optical Supercomputing Site, or AMOS. The AMOS site consists of 2 facilities that conduct SDA operations and research and development, and that is the weapon side of this, and I'll show you, I'm telling you directly. The first facility is the Maui Space Surveillance System, and the second is the Maui High Performance Computing Center. These are 2 separate locations, and they're both very important. Research thrusts at the AMOS site include satellite direction, identification, atmospheric compensation and resolving imaging, astrodynamics and orbital metrics, sensor development, laser propagation through the Earth's atmosphere, database cataloging and satellite images. And nowhere are you going to really find weapons development in any of the general outward-facing information, which it's not like it's really a secret if you can hear them openly talking about it, but just the average person will look and then think that's conspiracy because that's how they're generally primed, right? But you'll find in this a lot of interesting things, none of which really get into weapons. It's all about space surveillance, computing power. Okay, so that's the main document. Now here, again, just so you can see it from their actual website, the Maui location, Directed Energy Directorate of the Air Force Research Laboratory. Here is the first one, and this is from Maui time from 2018. Interesting conversation action that I found that overlaps with this, where they're basically saying, well, we asked 2 nuclear weapons experts if they think specifically Kaihi, if I'm saying that correctly, would be a target in a possible nuclear war. Interesting question. And they overlap that with 2 of the most important locations on the island, which we just talked about. And wondering whether that might draw a nuclear focus because of the bad guys wondering if this is a dangerous spot. Very interesting. Now, really quickly, I'll show you this map so you guys can see the general areas we're talking about here based on, the map of Maui. Here we go. I wish I could screen share 2 things at one time. It would make that much easier. So here's the map. And by the way, I thought this was very strange when I looked at this map versus this map versus the map that was on the World Economic Forum page, but it showed all the cellular and very different. Which, on a quick side note, the map we use every single day, the world map that gets taught in schools, is aggressively wrong. And everyone seems to know that. Yet it doesn't change. I think it's hilarious. Not even to get into why, but the point is just that we are actively fed misinformation, that we know those things are inaccurate. Like the Greenland versus South America. These things are completely out of scale. It doesn't matter. But the point here is this pin here is Kaihi. It's not showing up for some reason. Kaihi, Hawaii. So that's the location we're talking about, which is much closer to the original line of fires. Oh, I just lost the pin. The other one was right here, and that was the location of the, blanking on the name of it. I just went past it. That is the location of the specifically the Air Force Maui Optical and Supercomputing Site, whereas the laboratory in regard to the Director of Energy Weapons is up here on this summit. It's on the Haleakala observatories. I mean, you think I'd be better pronouncing this to live there for 2 years. I used to be. It's been a long time. But this lab right there is where the main laboratory, or rather the observatory, where they do surveillance, but also the weapons research and work on directed energy weapons. So that's the main one. Right here is the supercomputing site. Right here is the Kaihi location we're talking about. So it's back to the main point here. Okay. So they're talking about that location and asking, well, okay. So they're talking about that location, asking, well, would that be a nuclear target? Now it says it's been, and this is also an interesting overlap. It says it's been a little more than a week, 2018, since the State of Emergency Management Agency zapped most of Hawaii residents with a false ballistic missile alert. Remember that? Remember when they said, oh my God, there's a missile incoming, which was wildly irresponsible. Everybody lost their minds. People probably did all sorts of crazy things. I guarantee this was a test. And then they just said, our bad. It was an accident. I literally think they said they accidentally hit the button. I actually think that was the story, even though I don't believe that for a second. Just think about that interesting overlap. Now it says, in a strike, they said, Kaihi would definitely get hit. Interesting. The reason? The Maui High Performance Computing Center, located at that's the one I was talking about, the one just south of that, 550 Laipoa Parkway in Kaihi. Built in 1993, the complex known as the acronym known in the acronym jargon as the DoD Supercomputing Resource Center, is an Air Force research lab packed with supercomputers. So that's not something that's just especially today, especially with what they're working on with the directed energy weapons. This is a high-level installation. The MHPCC operates as one of 6 DoD supercomputing resource centers in the DoD's high-performance computing modernization program. 6 of them in the world. This is stated on Maui Center's webpage. This location allocates more than 70 million computational hours annually, and it says they research, development, test, and evaluation community. For what it says, as for what the MHPCC actually does, it says, well, the Department of Defense isn't actually specific. Surprise, surprise. Though it's very clear that the computers it operates are extremely powerful. I wonder for what. Now, it says they provide computational resource for the DoD, scientific computational needs through their support of DoD challenge projects and other government users. So it states the website. Quote, the center also supports the Directed Energy Directorate's Maui Space Surveillance System, which does more than surveil. Located atop the Mount Haleakala, which we just pointed out, the space surveillance system is used for imaging and tracking of space objects and more. But just because the DoD operates some large computers in Kaihi does that rise to the level of actual target for someone's nuclear weapons, they ask? Well, it says if Russia thought that the location had something to do with U.S. command and control systems, sure, they'd target it. Or if they realized that it was ultimately a weapon system or high level, maybe so. But they ultimately say, well, for a country like Russia or China with more nuclear weapons, like a facility like this might be a target. It's a very just interesting overlap, right? Well, here is, I highlighted these, so this keeps disappearing on me. Here is the Maui Space Surveillance Complex again, which you can just see that they're overlapping both of these locations. And the point is that there's no mention of weapons anywhere in this Wikipedia page. Shocking. Here is, there's the highlighting gone. It's right here. This says Directed Energy Leader Dr. Kelly Hammett recaps time in this location, looks ahead to space position. And there's also another post from him right here, speaking from his own website, just before people jump, because that's a fake news site. Somebody out there will say it. So here, you can read it on here if you want, but I had it highlighted so I didn't lose it. It says, I will miss bragging on the Directed Energy team and all that we accomplished in the 6 years I was at the director's seat. So just be clear that this is where he worked. Hammett's work in directed energy programs and his path to leadership of some of the U.S. Air Force's legacy high-energy laser, high-power microwave, and electro-optic systems began much earlier, though. It says, before taking on a role as director, Hammett served 4 years as the directorate's chief engineer. Make sure I didn't miss anything there. Now it says, the high-powered microwave CHAMP system, which I'll show you in a second, tackling the Air Force Maui Optical and Supercomputing, or AMOS, site's sustainment and modernization program, along with other challenges. It says, quote, we delivered the United States Air Force first ever operational directed energy weapons. Let me read that again. They delivered the United States Air Force's first ever operational directed energy weapons. So this location, I find this impossible not to think is crazy with the conversation today, in Maui, created the very first ever, as according to them, operational directed energy weapon. And yet it's being roundly dismissed that this is a dumb idea. And I'm not saying that proves that it was used or prove that's how they started the fires, but isn't that crazy? I almost fell out of my chair. I'm like, that can't be. And this is why we have to talk about it today. Even though I'm still saying we don't know. I would argue we haven't proven that this is why it started or even that this was involved. But that's pretty wild. It says, as part of the Air Force Directed Energy Experimentation Campaign, which is taking place on Maui, AFRL characterized and deployed 4 directed energy counter unmanned aerial systems to overseas locations being in use, guys. 3 Raytheon high-energy laser weapon systems and the AFRL tactical high-powered operational responder system. 4. Great. We built 4 in-house in Maui in 18 months in breaking time. As part of these efforts, AFRL secured the Secretary of Defense approval for operational use of all systems. That's pretty interesting. Come on, man. Right there. That's weird. Didn't even just search for that. It didn't show up. So it's right there. Just so you can see it on the actual page. We delivered the first ever operational weapon. This was written in June 2022. So what we're saying is basically that they have a completely operational, all systems wide system in regard directed energy weapons system on Maui called Thor, high powered operational responder system, tactical energy laser weapon system. That's what this is. So is it not possible this could have been something that was used? Is it not possible this could have been something that was tested and went awry? Is it not possible, since we know how this stuff is interconnected with all of the systems today, that it couldn't have been hacked? Uh-oh, there's a whole nother dynamic. I'm not the one that's going to immediately go China, Russia. But you know what? It wouldn't be that far-fetched to think about something like that, to say this is something that was hacked, taken advantage of, and used in order to stop maybe what they're working on. I don't know. Again, the idea that people are unwilling to even ask these questions, which is why it's so impossible to fight for truth today, when all they're going to do is jump to be able to go fake news, even half the independent media. I find this to be wildly important. It says Hammett is also proud to say in total, his team, quote, built and field tested in Maui 10 new systems that didn't exist before 2016. I guess we'll just have to guess what those were. He finishes to say, to add one more significant milestone, Hammett includes his work with the Maui-based ammo site, also called AFRL Detachment 15, until it was renamed recently. Ammo site was activated as the 15th Space Surveillance Squadron, where it is now recognized officially as both a research and development site under AFRL and an operational site under the U.S. Space Force. Interesting they say that they're proud of our airmen and guardians. So I believe guardians are probably what they're calling the space people now, or Space Force. I don't even know what to call them. I'm not, but I think that's interesting. Quote, I would like to see the Air Force determine the directed energy weapons we need and establish a buy plan for the right mix of systems to meet the nation's mission requirements. You realize outwardly, they don't even say there's weapons being built here, particularly with regard, he says, to the base defense mission, but also other mission areas. I find that very, very interesting. Basically just saying, I'd like to determine, I would like the Air Force to start, determine what we need, buy these and establish them. And, but yeah, sorry, bud, they want this to be secret, apparently. Maybe he doesn't know that. I don't know. Find that pretty interesting. Oops. So here, by the way, was the CHAMP system. Just one of the side projects he also worked on. High-powered microwave advanced missile project. The Counter-Electronics High-Powered Microwave Advanced Missile Project is an unmanned system capable of flying into contested areas and disabling an adversary's electronic system. Right? I mean, these are things that are actively being used, guys. And do you think they're going to say, yep, we did that, especially if they want to cause, I don't know, things to completely have blackouts? And they go, look at how bad they are over there. Look at what they're doing wrong. They can't take care of their own systems. Or are we actively sabotaging these things? Do you really think they wouldn't do that? Of course, we know that they do these things. It employs a high-powered radio frequency technology, which was developed over the past 2 decades in the Air Force Research Laboratory. We're talking about the same place. And test through a joint capability technology program. So you get the point there. I think that's very relevant. Now, here is it from his own page. Dr. Kelly D. Hammett, SES. It says the directorate provides pervasive, world-class directed energy and imaging research technologies for users across the Air Force and Department of Defense. It's always weapons with the Department of Defense. He manages numerous state-of-the-art research laboratories and testing structures at Kirkland Air Force Base and several unique facilities, which include the Starfire Optical Range at Kirkland Air Force Base. I believe that's the one in New Mexico. A testing site, this is the one, testing site at the U.S. Army's White Sands Missile Range, New Mexico, and the Air Force Maui Optical and Supercomputing site in Hawaii. His 20-year active duty career spanned a variety of positions, mainly focused on directed energy weapon system technology. Right there. Development and acquisition, and culminated while serving at the director of engineering for the $7 billion airborne laser program. Yeah, these are real. They're used. He began his civilian career at Kirkland Air Force Base, New Mexico. Okay, it is New Mexico. So that's the Starfire Optical Range. It's the same stuff we're talking about in Maui, but just in New Mexico. They're the 2 locations we mentioned in rather larger installations. And he says where he served as chief engineer for the Directed Energy Directorate's Optic Division, oversaw comprehensive modernization and upgrade programs for the Starfire Optical Range and the Maui Space Surveillance System. He went on to serve as the Directed Energy Directorate Chief Engineer. Pretty interesting. Now, here is this is from Yahoo News, or rather BBC on Yahoo News, but they're talking about the maps and imagery. just in case you wanted to see these in general, showing you the locations. And I think it's very interesting now when you take a second after we went over it and look at the location. I mean, not to say that necessarily just location is important, but just unless we can prove that these things were used, we shouldn't pretend we know that. But I'm telling you right now that I'm much Kihei, someone's saying in the chat, Kihei for the location. I'm sorry I mispronounced it. That ultimately that we should, it doesn't prove it, we shouldn't say we know, but at the same time, this is some pretty compelling information that should mean that at the very least it shouldn't be dismissed. But what's interesting is look at the location. We just looked at this, right? There is Kihei right there, right? Or very close. Very close. And then just south of that is the supercomputing location. And then right up here on the mountain range is the observatory. Any number of places, especially with the hottest spots, the red meaning the most intense. I find that very interesting. Now, why Lahaina was the focus or why it's over there, I don't know. Maybe that's because this isn't related. But I find this hard to dismiss. Now, also just on a side note, let's make sure, oh, excuse me, I take that back. The red being active in the last 24 hours. So those are the active fires, even though we know there's still some other things going on. But then there's fires in the mainland, fires in Oahu. These things do happen. Not to say that there's not a lot of suspicious things going on here. Now, all of that aside, there's a couple of the points I think are important to include that I thought were interesting. Not that necessarily proves anything. As somebody just shared with me, as Jeff Bezos buys up Maui, Hawaiian locals hope for the best. Right? So you've got this is 2021. So you've got one of the richest men in the world buying up all these locations in Maui. And who knows what's going on with all the preparations for whatever they think is going to happen. I know Bezos is apparently building some end of the world bunker next to where he launches his rockets, and Elon's doing something similar. All these big wig people are out there building shelters, and we're not supposed to read into that. Very confusing. But nonetheless, who knows if it means everything or nothing. There's also the 2023 Hawaiian Digital Government Summit, September 25th in Honolulu. But I don't know whether that, to me, that's just a tangential point. Why that would connect with the fire. But the general point being that it's a sort of a, direction towards digital, towards the World Economic Forum kind of general outlines of, trying to encapsulate it with one phrase, but it's all the different things, the new energy, the new normal, great reset, kind of the technocratic direction, the health actions, all this stuff kind of necessitate a restructuring of everything. And the easiest way to do that would be to start from scratch. Here is another document Orwell just sent me, actually. This is from May 18th, 2023. And I haven't read through this, but I'll just do a quick glance and see if it pops up in the chat. Let me know if there's anywhere specific you thought was important. But it says, both the 2022 National Defense Strategy and House Armed Services Committee Bipartisan Future of Defense Task Force report have identified directed energy as a technology that could have significant impact on U.S. national security in the years to come. Great. So right before all this, that's, interesting, seeing as how the location that delivered the very first operational directed energy weapon came from this location in Maui. Find that kind of interesting. As Department of Defense continues to invest in directed energy weapons, Congress may consider implications for defense authorizations, appropriations, and oversight. A number of countries are investing in direct energy weapon programs. This In Focus discusses the selection of unclassified, meaning there's plenty that is classified that we don't get to know about, programs in three leading military powers, the US, China, and Russia, of course. And they each pointed each other to justify why they need to do it, when all of them would probably do it anyway. They requested $1 billion for unclassified programs. Very interesting. Now, this is the other one she sent me. Directed energy futures. Posted on, let's go to this. The same location. AFRL. About the Air Force Research Laboratory. Isn't that interesting? Maui, weird, doesn't even pop up. So this is interesting. So here's the document she sent me. Visions for the next 40 years of U.S. Department of Defense Directed Energy Technologies, 2060. All right, so now we have a connection to the future direction, right? So they're pointing at what they want to do. They're telling us they're investing billions of dollars in this right just before all this. And now we find a document, thank you, Orwell, for sharing this, coming directly from the same location in Maui, talking about the future of direct energy weapons. Pretty damn interesting, I got to say. This is the whole reason why I shoved everything off and made this a focus, because it's pretty interesting. It's compelling enough to make me go, this is worth making an entire point about. Even though I'm still on the same point of saying that I don't think we can prove that we know this happened yet. But damn, this is interesting. Now, here's a video I told you I'd show you of a local guy basically saying that he's watched this happen. And interestingly enough, the same people that he's seeing push back on these corporate grabs are the primary locations that end up in these fires. Doesn't mean it proves it, but it's still relevant, isn't it?
due to fire, flood, monsoon, emergency services. But I need you guys to hear me out. You don't see what's going on. I feel something is bigger. I've been on Maui the last 9 years, and I know the geographical location and how everything works. There was no fucking way.
Oh, sorry. I forgot to tell you guys, he cusses in this. Earmuffs for children.
That a hurricane missed Big Island, went to Maui, and didn't flood them, didn't give them, crazy, other things, but it caused fires.
I know, again, I mean, this is his opinion, but I wouldn't say it's possible. I mean, I've seen all sorts of very strange things. I mean, yes, the trade winds in general are very, pretty consistent, but it doesn't mean you can't have winds coming in from the other direction, right? I mean, it's all of this seems highly unlikely. A lot of the story we're hearing doesn't mean impossible, right? So that's all I'm saying. I'm cautioning against jumping to conclusions all the time in any topic, but especially things like this that kind of overtake the conversation, right?
Caused fires in not only on Maui, but it caused fires in the most precious parts of real estate.
Right.
In Maui. Lahaina Front Street is worth billions. The Hawaiians that have been holding out and the Kanaka have been holding out for years, not wanting to sell their property in Lahaina due to these big $1 million companies. It is not a coincidence. I don't believe how in the most precious parts of Maui, Kula, Lahaina, and Kihei, that the locals that are standing strong and do not want to give up Oprah Winfrey's fucking view up in Kula that the Hawaiians are holding out on, that the fire was going to, the Hawaiians and the Kanaka that was holding right there on Front Street.
It's taken into consideration. Of all things, I'm always more inclined to think something like that is driving action. Just because, not to say that there's not much bigger things that happen, but that tends to be the simplest thing, tends to be the most logical typically. But we see this happen all the time. I mean, think about East Palestine. It's certainly possible there's an overlap there too, right? I mean, all these things are definitely important. Here is something I just thought was a nice thing to share. It's a positive note. Basically, what he's saying is on the post here, he says, God is with us. This church was left untouched by the fires with the destroyed Maui.
Nothing else but marine molecule.
Look at that. Now, so you can note all the trees are there. I mean, it's not unlikely for that to happen. I've seen plenty of examples of that. Firemen have told me, trees are alive and full of moisture. It doesn't make sense if it's a constant inferno and it's right in the center, right? But these things are always explainable. We'll see videos of massive areas and then kind of associated with everything you look at about the fire. I'm not saying maybe that's the one thing, the biggest point that proves everything. You don't shy away from anything. Ask all the questions. But I just know that sometimes these things look strange. But I've spoken to plenty of firemen that would tell you that these very odd looking things happen all the time. Right. So just consider that as well. But I love this note. Right. The idea that all around these things are completely burned down, and the one thing that seems to be left standing is this church. It's pretty crazy. But see, that's the point. These things happen. They do happen. But it's nice, to wonder. But overall, I think there's plenty of evidence to suggest that this is definitely something, that it could be something that is tied to these locations, to this kind of research, this kind of energy weapon, or any number of things. But my answer, just like I said in the beginning, is I don't know. And if I don't know that's the case, and we can't prove it outside of just suspicions and odd videos, then we shouldn't be saying that. Right? That's where honest journalism should be today. And I'm not trying to put myself up on some kind of pedestal. I'm just saying that it's amazing to me that basic objectivity and not jumping to conclusions is something that's, that should be basic in everything we're talking about today. And again, there's plenty of people in this field that are just like that. Sadly, they don't seem to be the ones that are the top of the the left-right paradigm game, but that's usually how this works. But of course, the ones that are rising up to the top are the ones that are going climate change, even though there's absolutely no indication that it's even hotter or that it just doesn't matter. You'll find examples. Oh my God, how climate change turned this into, what was it, climate change, or was it industrial manipulation? Was it corporate, profiteering? They'll even point to that and be like, well, yeah, but corporations are only doing it worse because climate change doesn't matter. They will find a way to bend over backwards to turn this into what they want it to be, like everything else. And it's just sad. It's embarrassing, quite frankly. But that being said, I think this is pretty important, right? And I'm willing to bet you're going to see this on some big shows tomorrow, and the rest of it, how this goes. I'm glad you guys could be informed first. I think it's important to see that this is something that is real. At the beginning of this technology being used, as we're being told anyway, came from a location that was very clearly right in line with what's going on there. The Kihei is right, literally next to what's happening, and that is one of these locations they're discussing. And then the supercomputing location part of the installation is just south of this. I find that pretty ridiculous. But use this as you will, flip it out, get it in front of people, discuss it. But I think it's important that we stick with what we can prove, as always. So thank you for joining me today, guys. Thank you for continuing to be objective and continue to fight for the truth, because it's never been more important to stand with that. Even at the time, even when you can see all this momentum just pushing right past, I mean, look, there's a lot of things being missed today. Even look, I'm not talking about anything else. I find this to be important. That's why I talked about it. But there's so much going on. People in East Palestine. There's a post about a bill going through trying to kind of water down the safety regulations that were put forward because of what happened in East Palestine. So we're already so far away from that story that the corporations are already watering down the safety bill that they put forward because of what happened. Think about how disgusting that is. They have no shame, and they're lobbying like hell to make sure they can just keep doing what they've always been doing, even though we just saw one of the biggest ecological disasters. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. But we'll talk about it, guys. We'll continue to focus on what's important, but with your support, because we need it. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
All right, let's try this one more time.
You watch the laser come in and effects from non-lethal to lethal, depending on factors such as the time of the target, the distance. Accountability Office of the United Weapons, they can also affect melting steel. It's capable of directed energy can penetrate, such as metal and human skin. Human eye cannot see. For example, the wavelength of the directed energy can penetrate, such as metal and human skin. This is the waves there are. This is the visible light of what we can see. High energy lasers produce a very narrow beam of light, usually in the infrared to visible region, are typically used on one target at a time. Zap, zap. The beam can be pulsed or continuous, generating as a power output of at least 1 kilowatt. This is 200,000 times greater than a typical laser pointer and is capable of melting steel. It's capable of melting steel. Capable of melting steel. Millimeter wave weapons have a larger beam size than high energy lasers and therefore can affect multiple targets at once. These weapons can produce 100 megawatts of power, nearly 150 times more powerful than the average microwave. Like military wave weapons, they can also affect multiple targets because of their larger beam size. Each DO can produce a range of effects, and remember, there's the Government Accountability Office of the United States is saying this. Each DO can produce a range of effects from non-lethal to lethal, depending on factors such as the time of the target, the distance to target, and even the part of the target of the DO is focused. For example, high-energy lasers can temporarily overwhelm a person's or sensor's ability to see or sense by emitting a glare called dazzling. Dazzling can act as a nonverbal warning before resorting to increased forces. We're going to dazzle you. To do this, high-energy lasers can emit electromagnetic energy with a wavelength the target material absorbs most effectively, melting the material, melting the material, melting the material. The laser could focus on a sensor and damage a drone, or focus on a fuel tank, or a battery, or a human being, or this home or that home. The U.S. military has tested a variety of DO prototypes since 2014. Air Force prototype, Tactical High-Powered Operational Responder, or THOR. Remember who THOR was, recently completed 2 years of testing. Anybody in denial, the DO deniers, man, wake up. DO research and development has been going on for decades in many countries, including the U.S. Technological innovations, such as the development of smaller lasers that are safer to operate, enable modern DOs to be much more portable and practical. Hey, Dana Wigginton. The U.S. and 30 other nations are developing DO, most for counter-drone measures, according to the U.S. Air Force report. So here they go into the challenges, yada, yada. And again, I'm going to keep reiterating it. Controlled opposition, agent provocateurs. Here's this guy, Dane Wigginton, supposedly Mr. Authority, which everybody's citing, saying, wouldn't they have seen the lasers? And wouldn't they have to be big old massive ground-based machines? Anybody want to challenge him? And here finally is my new book, just first blush cover illustrated that I'll be coming up with just to get this information out to everybody. So here's some more laser pictures for anybody that's in denial that we're being DO'd out of our homes, out of our lands. And the attacks will continue, unfortunately.
Them out early this morning.
More than 19,000 acres have burned in Horry County, and officials say it is partly contained. It started yesterday afternoon just east of Conway, South Carolina, and blazed a trail 6 miles long. WRAL's Brian Mims was among the evacuees today at Barefoot Landing.
Houses obliterated, cars charred. 69 homes in this upscale neighborhood were destroyed, about 30 others heavily damaged.
It's one house that's not even damaged, and then one right beside of it is completely destroyed.
Black Hawk helicopters circled the menace, unloading giant buckets of water. This fire comes as the prime tourist season cranks up. North Myrtle Beach officials say their city is still open for business.
It is not affecting the majority of the golf courses. Should be no reason that anyone is canceling their vacation.
But for those who make this neighborhood home, it won't be business as usual for some time. Brian Mims, WRAL News, North Myrtle Beach.
So this is Santa Rosa back in the October 8th and 9th attacks on Sonoma County, where 7 counties had 29 fires in the same account, quote, fires. But here you can see the lasers again present. And I did see the blue beams that night as well when I went outside. So check this out.
Oh, fuck! Yeah, there's hella fucking cars over there, dude.
And again, here I frame it so you can see in the image how clearly it comes down. And because the particulate matter, you actually get to see the lightning. And again, this is not coming from these big C-5 planes that you see with a big nose on. These are drones. They don't need to have it. You got a laser pen you can get at 7-Eleven for $3 and shine it up in the pilot's eyes 2,000 feet away. This is highly advanced technology, and they don't need the big, huge planes to do this. And before I play this final montage of laser attacks, this is why they're doing it. This is who's doing it. The who is behind it. Who are they? Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, Jesuit. Someday after we have mastered the winds, the waves, the tides, and gravity, we shall harness for God the energies of love. And for the second time in the history of the world, humanity will have discovered fire. Indeed. So, and here we have St. Ignatius Loyola, the founder of the Jesuits. Go forth and set the world on fire. These are the guys who are behind it all, and this is the ones that are doing it. Governor Jerry Brown, Jesuit, minister. Governor Newsom, now in California, Jesuit. Donald Trump went to Jesuit school. All of Obama's administration were Jesuits. It doesn't matter what politics side you're on. These are the people and the sick fucks behind all the torching and killing of the people and the homes and the life of nature. All right, so I'll leave you with this video montage, and please share with all folks. We got to be awake. Keep your gas tanks full. Get your fire blankets you can get on Amazon in case you need it. Keep your water. And if you hear about any fires, get out, because they're not going to warn you. You're not going to get the warnings to get out. You may not get able to leave. Just what happened in Paradise. They were not able to leave. And here we see, this is sent to me on my YouTube channel. I survived the campfire as genocide. The death count way higher than reported. Oh, and in case people don't know, we had armed military stopping us from going into our destroyed town, and they couldn't leave as well.
When Cubs go all the way again, Obama, Spielberg, explosion, Lebanon, Unabomber, Bobby John, bombing Boston Marathon, balloon boy, war on terror, QAnon. Trump gets impeached, twice, polar bears got no ice, fire fest, Black Parade, Michael Phelps, Y2K, Boris Johnson, Brexit, Kanye West and Taylor Swift, Stranger Things, Tiger King, ever given Suez. LeBron James, Shinzo Abe blown away. Meghan Markle, George Floyd, Burj Khalifa, Metro, Fermi, Paradox, Venus and Serena. Michael Jordan, 23, YouTube killed MTV. SpongeBob, Golden State Killer got caught. Michael Jordan, 45, Woodstock, 99, King, Bad Bad Bush, Igor. I can't take it anymore. Sandy Hook, Columbine, Sandra Bland and Tammy Rice, ISIS, LeBron James, Shinzo Abe blown away. Meghan Markle, George Floyd, Burj Khalifa, Metro, Fermi, Paradox, Venus and Serena. Michael Jordan, 23, YouTube killed MTV. SpongeBob, Golden State Killer got caught. Michael Jordan, 45, Woodstock, 99, King, Bad Bad Bush, Igor. I can't take it anymore. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. No, we didn't light it, but we're trying to fight it. Elon Musk, Kaepernick, Texas failed electric grid. Jeff Bezos, climate change, white rhino goes extinct. Great Pacific garbage patch, Tom DeLonge and aliens. Mars rover, Avatar, self-driving electric cars. SSRIs, Prince and the Queen died. World Trade Center play. What else do I have to say? We didn't start the fire. We didn't start it. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. We didn't start it, but we are on. It will still go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. We didn't start the fire. It was
So think about this, right? Imagine the government. The government essentially having the ability to, and when you say the government, of course, what even is the government? Let me just play this other clip. Fuck.
Directed energy weapon.
Maybe this will grow on you. This thing sucks. We love it. You fool! You've erected a massive concave reflective surface. It will focus the sun's beam in a deadly ray.
The time for mourning and blaming our mayors has passed. First off, I'd like to thank the good people at Tianjin Smelting and Mining for neutralizing our wonderful, deadly new lard land.
There was something blue they didn't want to burn.
We will rebuild!
Your voice, your message, your story is needed now. Give your story a voice in a bank.
Right. And yes, the ontological warfare that's at hand. So let's jump right. Yes, the ontological.
No, we're never going to make going to human doctors, and I just don't think that that's fair.
Yes, not. And yeah.
Decision making. We have news course reached 80. And we continue our breaking news coverage of the wildfires in Hawaii. Officials say the death toll from this week's fires on Maui has now reached 80. The extent of the damage and loss of life still coming to light, while many residents now are allowed to return to homes that were burned to the ground. CBS News correspondent Jessica Cartalia reports from Maui. Hawaii's Attorney General plans to lead a review of decision-making and policies surrounding the catastrophic wildfires in western Maui.
The optics are Depop.
Some residents of the hardest hit areas, including the centuries-old historic town of Lahaina, say they received little or no warning.
Like usually they put on the hurricane sirens or they do something to like warn us.
nothing. Like everyone was just word of mouth evacuating. I realized when it was time to go when the smoke was so dark, we could not see anything outside.
All around, damaged and destroyed buildings, homes, and cars are too numerous to count. Local authorities reopened the road leading into Lahaina, allowing residents and tourists into the town. Volunteers worked together to move infant formula, diapers, clothes, fuel, and other supplies onto boats destined for Lahaina.
We're strong. We're strong people. We're going to be okay. That's what's important, is that we're all sticking together.
It's hard to comprehend just how much the people of Maui have lost, and as residents return home, many are finding they have nothing to return home to.
Seeing it is a lot more real than seeing all the pictures. I walked through my room and there's just nothing. Like everything is gone.
The death toll is.
The smiling's a little weird for me. I mean, if I came home and everything I've owned was just burned up, I wouldn't be, well, we're all different, right? Some say, oh, well, people act different when they're in front of cameras. I get that. But I don't know, it's a little weird.
Is expected to keep rising as search teams scour the island.
There's still people missing.
This week's wildfires are the state's deadliest natural disaster in decades, surpassing a 1960 tsunami that killed 61 people. Jessica Cartalia.
Oh, goodness. Possibly Mountain Dew fires. We can't go too deep into that. I'm no expert. I have very little study in that area, so I don't know if I could offer much with regard to that argument there, but I wouldn't be surprised, man. In fact, I think this has a lot to do with something directed, if you will. And it's unfortunate because real people are being affected. Now, I want to show you a different angle to this. I want to add something to this perspective. I want to tie it into the sustainability efforts, but I also want to tie it into these false and pseudo philosophies. I would call them social engineering pieces of propaganda, type of worldview attack. Just like they attack our worldviews concerning what is a man, what is a woman, what is biology, what is real, right? What is reality? What is consciousness? The way they attack our perspectives on these things through questions, or should we say arguments of uncertainty, philosophical theories that aim to refute objectives, disregard truth, this very deconstructionist, post-structuralism type of movement that wants to remove ideas of objectivity and truth and create this hodgepodge world of whatever you make it, right? Your truth is your truth, my truth is my truth, that whole thing. There's something playing in here that has to do with changing our perspective, not just on man and the images of man, but on nature, on environment, and our image of environment, our image of nature in relation to human behavior. What is the correlation? What is the connection, the relationship between man and his environment? I think a lot of what we're seeing has to do with this relationship and a type of goal, motive, end to confuse us in how we see our relationship with the earth, but also create a new type of perspective, a new image of man in relation to environment. Just like they want to create a new image of man, they also want to create a new relationship that describes man's purpose and connection to the earth, right? And this leads towards a type of Gaian, new age, new religious movement. So let's talk a little bit about that today. First off, I want to show you some articles here that describe what I mean. A lot of reference to apocalyptic scenarios, and then there's a new reference that we're being given now, which is it's weird, strange, but I know, at least I believe I know what it's getting at and the purpose of it. It's something called the Pyrocene, the new age of fire, they're calling it. It reminds me of what we've recently heard from the UN, the boiling point. We're at the climate boiling. No longer global warming, climate change. Now it's climate boiling. Check this out.
Porsche don't make no sound. I'm the same way when I make my rounds. I don't even speak, just staring down. Stone Cold awesome Medusa clowns. Eyes wide shut, I produce them rounds. GBP, I can use them pounds. You sweat me, how you lose them pounds? I don't be the sweat, man, I goose them down. I goose them down, goose them down. Tyke on Porsche, make no sound. I'm the same way when I make my rounds, man. I don't even speak, just staring down. Stone Cold awesome Medusa clowns. Eyes wide shut, I produce them rounds. I goose them down, baby. I goose them down. Why would I check on the weather when I could just switch up the leather? Why would I check on the weather when I make it summer forever? Why would I say that I'm better? It's already awkward and obvious. You've been an hobbyist, you need a lobbyist. I don't need shit, but they get in our body. It ain't Nigerian, but they be fearing strict from the way that I burn a boy. Nice with the lean, I be the league, but I ain't fucking with corduroy. All these rappers, they duck and they flinch and they act like they heard a noise. Go to a goblin, I should be modeling, dripping kaleidoscope minutes like Rodman. Like on Porsche, don't make no sound. I'm the same way when I made my rounds. I don't even speak, just staring down. Stone Cold awesome Medusa clowns. Eyes wide shut, I produce them rounds. GBP, I can use them pounds. You sweat me, how you lose them pounds? I don't be the sweat, man, I goose them down. I goose them down.
So first, let's start with this Vox article here. how Maui's wildfires became so apocalyptic. A large hurricane, drought, and perhaps even invasive grasses have fueled the devastating fires in Hawaii. Possibly, they say, right? Because again, just like the medical, this type of medical tyranny we've experienced over the past few years, everything was uncertain. Everything was possibly this, connected to this, maybe linked to that. Again, just inconsistency and uncertainty and blurriness, murky ideas and concepts that give no one any ground to stand on. Everyone's just confused and not sure what's going on, but more importantly, waiting for instruction. Tell us what to do, big bad state. Tell us what to do, mommy, daddy, paternal state of technocracy. Please direct us so we can comply. This is the result of all of this. Now, let's continue. Check this out. We're in the age of fire. Wildfires in Maui prove once again that the world must face the dawn of the pyrocene. New term, new terminology, better, newspeak. That's what this is here. Newspeak. Orwellian goodies for everyone to mull over and argue about on Twitter, Reddit, etc. A new way to blame mankind, to blame the human species, so-called, for this arrangement. For those that have been around this channel for a while, those that look into my research, I'm sure this reminds you of something, doesn't it? Pyrocene. What is that related to? What is it playing on? When we think of Agenda 21, when we think of, let's say, sustainability, when we think of post-humanism, yes, the Anthropocene. Pyrocene is the new play on the Anthropocene. We're going to get into it for those that aren't familiar with this. Maybe you're new, you haven't been around a while. Check it out. Let's continue. Now, what caused Maui's wildfire and what made it apocalyptic? Again, these references to massive shifts and change, very epic choices of words, epic language, because we are in an epic transition, a great transition, into a completely new reality, new environment, new self, new human 2.0. So everything is big. Everything is wild and crazy. And for me, the whole concept of Mountain Dew, for those that know what I'm saying here, the whole the dew is doing the dew. Yes, not for a second would I put that past them. I mean, listen,
See the
I saw
synchronicity?
all these fires look the same. A lot of these big ones, they look the same. And again, I'm no expert.
You see the synchronicity, dude? How I just typed that in there by happenstance and he just happened to say that? Can't make it up, dude. Interesting.
Choices of words, epic language, because we are in an epic transition, a great transition, into a completely new reality, new environment, new self, new human 2.0. So everything is big. Everything is wild and crazy. And for me, the whole concept of Mountain Dew, for those that know what I'm saying here, the whole the dew is doing the dew. Yes, not for a second would I put that past them. I mean, listen, I saw all these fires look the same. A lot of these big ones, they look the same. And again, I'm no expert. What do I know? But I understand where all of this is going with regard to environment and infrastructure. And I think it plays a key role. And I'm trying to present some evidence here. I'm just speculating. We're just asking questions. It's about asking questions. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I don't believe anything. These experts, these scientists, these global quote-unquote leaders, these elitist groups, these think tanks, these damn publications, I don't believe anything they say. All right? Now, Maui's deadly fires are a reminder of growing risks. Risks of what? Human exposure to wildfires in the U.S. more than doubled in the past 2 decades. A climate scientist looks at who is at risk and why. Again, what we're seeing here, we'll get to this in a minute, this idea of who is at risk, who needs protection. There's a new sense of climate insecurity happening now. Certain regions are being affected worse than others. Could this be a reference to equity? Climate equity. We'll get there. Let's continue. We're in the age of fire. Yes, the pyrocene. Oh my goodness. All right, where's that one at? Hold up. Here we go. Welcome to the pyrocene, an epic of runaway fire. So they're presenting to us a whole new epic. That is just a play on Anthropocene, and the fires are another way to blame humanity for the destruction of the earth and now the burning of regions. Okay. All right, this isn't the one. Hold up. So there's a book that really spawned all of this. Okay, and I want to show you guys the book here. This is the book by Stephen J. Pine, The Pyrocene. Okay. How humans kicked off the pyrocene, a new age of fire. So here we are. The language, the referencing, right, the terminology, age of fire. They're creating history out of thin air. You know, it's a new play on the climate change. Now it's not just climate change, but it's a new age of fire, of the pyrocene. Could we be seeing more fires to come? Well, they've set it up rather well, don't you think? Now that the general population just assumes we're in some type of pyrocene and selling this idea of the age of fire, I guess in a predictive way, people would be comfortable with seeing more fires. Because why? You'll hear the normie say, well, we're in the age of fire. Didn't you read that on CNN? Don't you know we're in the pyrocene, man? You know how it works. They did the same thing with the pandemic, talking about pandemics in 2015, 2019, event 201, etc. So when it happened, well, Bill Gates has been warning all of us about the pandemics. What do you expect? It's how predictive programming works. For those that understand those things. And for everybody else, I'm sure that's just conspiracy talk. I know. Let's read. The Amazon, Alaska, and of course, California. More of the world is going up in flames, and with climate change, that progression shows no sign of stopping. Are we reckoning with a new age of fire? Is this the pyrocene? The word was coined in 2015 by Stephen Pine, an emeritus professor at Arizona State University School of Life Sciences and author of nearly 30 books about the history of fire. At first, it was just a catchphrase, Pine said. But since then, he has, see how this works? Catchphrases. That's all this stuff is. Catchphrases. We're in this together. Slow the spread. Catchphrases. This is how you socially engineer populations and create collective behaviors, a form of linguistic nudging. Some might even call it Jedi mind tricks. All right. Interesting. But since then, he has started to take it more seriously. The way Pine sees it, humans have left their mark on the planet with fire. First for clearing landscapes for hunting and gathering. Now for powering our cars and homes and gadgets. See, it's our cars. It's our livelihood. It's our behaviors. And
Yeah, 100% JR. I mean, get the fuck out, man. Unless you have the ability to somehow stop a fucking laser. The sharks got laser beams attached to their fucking heads.
actions that are causing these fires, guys. You see how that works? It's our fault. Once again, The old, blame it on the little guy. Here we are again. It's just another way to do it, another way to say it. We went to the top of the food chain because we learned. Who's we, man? I'm so sick of the we. Let me stop. We'll get there. We went to the top of the food chain because we learned to cook landscapes, Pine wrote in an essay. Now we've become a geological force because we have begun to cook the planet. This fire age is reshaping our planet, much like that last ice age carved out our rivers and lakes. Mass extinctions, changes in the sea level, large changes in vegetation and arrangement of plants and animals. It kind of looks like the equivalent of a fire age, he said. Now, what I find interesting is the biblical aspect of this. I remember the Most High stated he won't use flooding again, right? But we do know where fire plays a role in this. Could this be, in a sense, getting people ready for that true and real fire? I'm just saying, it's interesting to think about. Interesting. Now, where's this on? The pyrocene. What does this pyrocene have to do with? It has some history, right? And it connects directly to something you all are very familiar with. But before we get to the Anthropocene, what really this pyrocene is playing on, this blame it on mankind argument, and what all that's connected to, there's more going on. There's the fires, right? There's the fires, but then there's also the hot weather. They call it extreme weather. So we have three things going on right now that I see, amongst others, but these are some of the main ones. We have all these fires that are popping up, and then the hot weather, but then also air pollution. I guess part of the air pollution is a result of these fires. But for those that are especially in the East Coast, shout out to Brother Hope, who's been doing some really good research on this. The smoke on the East Coast, or the east side of the United States, doesn't really smell like burning wood or burning or this type of smoke that you would smell from, say, land on fire. I've heard and I've read that there's plastic smells, there's weird chemical smells. It's something's up here, and I don't know what's going on, man. But all I do know is just like they use pseudoviruses, just like they use illness and disease to scale and create infrastructure for technologies, biotechnologies. I also see, just based on a lot of the recent exposure of pseudo climate science, I see the environment used similarly to bring forth new types of technologies and new types of tracking devices and forms of control. Let me talk to you here about it for a second. Air pollution, right? Check this out. Another one of these big scares is always, they're very good at doing this, but now air pollution is becoming one of the big scary points. Check this out.
Are really impacting millions of Americans outside of Chicago and the East Coast, all across the country. Texas, my Lord, Texas has been baking under a severe early season heat wave. It's reaching triple digits this week. Temperatures there rivaling the hottest locations on the planet, including the Sahara Desert and parts of the Persian Gulf. Heat is now spreading to the lower Mississippi Valley and parts of the Southwest. Meanwhile, much of the Midwest and Northeast are facing unhealthy air alerts this morning's wildfire smoke from Canada blankets the region there. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta to talk about what all of this means. He's a Harvard.
Now we have the medical tie-in. Right, back to this idea of security. We need to secure the public health, whether that be for pseudoviruses or possibly what's next, these pseudo-climate, pseudo-environmental events. It's not to say there aren't real things in our environment causing illness, that's for sure. But the pseudo aspect of it, to me, appears to be in the causal aspects, the reasons these things are actually happening are pseudo from my perspective. There's not for a second do I believe these things are naturally occurring or consequences of our behavior, right?
We're trained lung specialist and health policy expert. Hey, doctor, we'll get to the heat in a minute. Just horrible temperatures, especially in Texas. But first, let's talk about the smoke coming down from Canada. How dangerous is it?
Well, Joe, good morning. Thank you for highlighting this. This is something that we haven't had to talk about outside the West Coast of the United States in the month of July and August. And the fact that the Midwest, New York, just a few weeks ago was experiencing this is bringing to light something critical here. Air pollution, Joe, in and of itself is now the 6th leading cause of death worldwide. And we don't talk about this a lot, but the impact it can have on maternal health. We know that if pregnant women just breathe in air from wildfire smoke for just a few days, it can result in preterm birth. We know children exposed to that wildfire smoke, again, for just a few days, might have lower lung volumes for the next 10 years of their life, reduced immune system. So this is serious. And there's clear things that we can do to keep ourselves safe. But we are living in this era of wildfire smoke. We have to be prepared.
Become a far more common occurrence, not just in the weeks ahead of this summer, but summers going forward because of the effects of climate change and the greater frequency of these wildfires and so on. So how can we, as a country, prepare to adjust to do this? What can we do in the short term to take better care of ourselves, to protect our lungs? But what are some things we need to do longer range for people, particularly people with vulnerabilities, if this is the new reality?
Jonathan, I'm so glad you asked that. And I think we have a graphic here just for the viewers that I'd love to take them through. There are certain things that you can do to keep yourself safe. First of all, go to airnow.gov, airnow.gov to check your local air quality report. Yes, it might seem hazy outside, but Jonathan, the fact is, you spend most of your time, most of your life indoors. If it's hazy outside, you want to make sure that your indoor air quality is as clean as possible. So stay informed. If it's bad outside, it's likely risky to be bad inside. Avoid physical exertion. You can tell me how many people.
Does this not sound like shelter in place? It's just amazing. This is a new reality, he says. Just like they told us towards the end of this pandemic that, yeah, we just have to accept that COVID is part of our lives now. It's a new normal, right? It's the same programming over and over again with these people.
Still go out and runs when it's hazy outside. That's a bad thing to do, even if you are otherwise healthy. Clean your indoor air. You want to make sure that if you have an AC, as an example, look and see what type of filter you have in that. Make sure when it's clean, you're cleaning it regularly.
Air. Pollution. Clean air. What does this remind me of? Let's go there. Check this out. Next, we can look at this here. Doctors call for more training to respond to climate change. So here we are. Here we see the integration, the crossover of public health, disease, the medical state, the medicalized public body, right? Biosecurity. Here we see the crossover of biosecurity, right? Biosecurity and sustainability, climate change agendas. Here's the crossover. Climate change can impact personal health and healthcare, even making certain medications unsafe to take under certain environmental conditions. Despite this, many doctors are not educated about the potential impact of climate change on their patients during residency. Another one of these fake movements. Just like we had the whole education of doctors and the consequences of COVID, now we have climate change. It's amazing, but it's going somewhere. How does it connect? Because it does. Connects with COVID-19. Some of y'all are going to catch it before I get there, but bear with me. Air pollution exacerbates CV19 mortality, study finds. So now the smoke, the extreme weather now causes more severe cases of CV19. It just exacerbates what CV19 is already doing. Allegedly. Let's go there. Air quality is improving nationwide, but one type of harmful pollution remains a threat. Oh, what is that pollution? Where is it leading? Exposure to air pollution could trigger heart attack within an hour, study finds. Oh, I guess that could connect to myocarditis and, the adverse. Let me show you an example of this. I've showed this before, but just a reminder of their goals, what they're setting up. Full spectrum dominance. This is more than just social engineering. It's engineering, but it's a type of mind control, right? Because through controlling our data, managing our data, but also managing our access to it, in that process, it dictates our access to life, right? To resources. This is, in a sense, a type of mind control, behavioral control, because we'll do what we have to do, what they deem correct behavior, to gain access, to gain services. Check this out.
GiveSmart has everything your nonprofit needs to run a successful fundraising program.
We're developing, through technology, an ability for consumers to measure their own carbon footprint. What does that mean? That's where are they traveling? How are they traveling? What are they eating? What are they consuming on the platform? So individual carbon footprint tracker. Stay tuned. We don't have it operational yet, but this is something that we're working on.
Now that economy card that I just
Under a severe early season heat wave, it's reaching triple digits this week. Temperatures there rivaling the hottest locations on the planet, including the Sahara Desert and parts of the Persian Gulf. Heat is now spreading to the lower Mississippi Valley and parts of the Southwest. Meanwhile, much of the Midwest and Northeast are facing unhealthy air alerts this morning's wildfire smoke from Canada blankets the region there. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta to talk about what all of this means. He's a Harvard.
Now we have the medical tie-in. Right, back to this idea of security. We need to secure the public health, whether that be for pseudoviruses or possibly what's next, these pseudo-climate, pseudo-environmental events. Not to say there aren't real things in our environment causing illness, that's for sure. It appears to be in the causal aspects, the reasons these things are actually happening are pseudo from my perspective. There's not for a second do I believe these things are naturally occurring or are consequences of our behavior, right?
We're trained lung specialist and health policy expert. Hey, doctor, we'll get to the heat in a minute. Just horrible temperatures, especially in Texas. But first, let's talk about the smoke coming down from Canada. How dangerous is it?
Well, Joe, good morning. Thank you for highlighting this. This is something that we haven't had to talk about outside the west coast of the United States in the months of July and August. The fact that the Midwest, New York, just a few weeks ago was experiencing this is bringing to light something critical here. Air pollution, Joe, in and of itself is now the 6th leading cause of death worldwide. And we don't talk about this a lot, but the impact it can have on maternal health. We know that if pregnant women just breathe in air from wildfire smoke for just a few days, it can result in preterm birth. Children exposed to that wildfire smoke, again, for just a few days might have lower lung volumes for the next 10 years of their life, reduced immune system. So this is serious. And there's clear things that we can do to keep ourselves safe. But we are living in this era of wildfire smoke. We have to be prepared.
Become a far more common occurrence, not just in the weeks ahead of this summer, but summers going forward because of the effects of climate change, the greater frequency of these wildfires and so on. So how can we, as a country, prepare to adjust to do this? What can we do in the short term to take better care of ourselves, protect our lungs? But what are some things we need to do longer range for people, particularly people with vulnerabilities, that this is the new reality?
Jonathan, I'm so glad you asked that. And I think we have a graphic here just for the viewers that I'd love to take them through. There are certainly things that you can do to keep yourself safe. First of all, go to airnow.gov, airnow.gov to check your local air quality report. Yes, it might seem hazy outside, but Jonathan, the fact is you spend most of your time, most of your life indoors. If it's hazy outside, you want to make sure that your indoor air quality is as clean as possible. So stay informed. If it's bad outside, it's likely risky to be bad inside. Avoid physical exertion. Can't tell you how many people still.
Does this not sound like shelter in place? It's just amazing. This is a new reality, he says. Just like they told us towards the end of the scamdemic that, yeah, we just have to accept that COVID is part of our lives now. It's a new normal, right? it's the same means a threat. Oh, what is that pollution? Where is it leading? Exposure to air pollution could trigger heart attack of digital transformation, full-on digitization, things like wood-burning stoves, things like gas, things like fossil fuels. What keeps them from electrification of all things? And what do they? Air cleaning industry amid land grab for billions in the federal COVID release. Yeah, she went to air purification. Active Pure. Now, we haven't heard a whole lot recently, but we're being set up for this move towards the purification of the air. The air isn't safe. No, it's not a disease, a virus, a little boogeyman floating in the air, a phantom menace floating about. No, it's not that. It's the air itself. It's unfit to breathe. The air that surrounds us, the air we rely on to live and to function, is diseased. It's polluted. Could we see a move towards a type of draconian air purification? Wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised. And it's fascinating how these COVID people, these jabby people, are connected directly to this movement. And it makes sense why they want us to feel bad about wood-burning stoves and things like gas and things like incandescent lighting. Are wood-burning stoves safe for your health? Could it be causing disease? Gas stoves aren't banned, but they do pose real health risks. What things are standing as a type of obstruction, a roadblock in the way of digital transformation for a job? Did he decline to offer her a job, or did she have bigger duties in this maybe next climate agenda, this climate lockdowns. We must lock down and stay inside because outside the air isn't fit to breathe, but you got to buy these new active pure air purifiers. Real in the future. Everything is artificial, simulated. They must convince everyone to believe simulation is. We know we can't trust those authorities, so-called. We know that. Now, that economy card that I just showed you is a perfect example of how this carbon tracking can work financially. And then we think of the digital ID, which integrates it all. The digital ID integrates your finances, but also your healthcare and other services and access, possibly even social media access, if they have their way, if they're successful in the production of this state, of this infrastructure. Okay. So I see fires, hot weather, and air pollution all playing into this idea of climate change. That is being blamed on one thing solely, of course, human behavior, mankind, but more importantly, the Anthropocene. So let's go into that now. Now let's get into some of the meat here. Okay. Okay, now let's go back and do some history here so we understand where we're at and how we got here with regard to the whole climate change debacle. There's many different areas we can look at, but I picked 4 specific moments in time to demonstrate the slow progression to this state we're in now, where we can have believable, at least from the sleeping masses, concepts like pyrocene, right? Concepts like climate boiling. Right? Check it out. So first, we always have to look at the population bomb. Kind of kicked off a lot of this. Now, of course, Paul Ehrlich was inspired by the writings, which we're not going to discuss today, but we've discussed in the past. We can even go back to Malthus's work, right? Kind of, that a lot of this stems from. Sure. But let's just keep it simple. The population bomb by Paul, let me see here. Paul Ehrlich, okay? Population bomb, which really spawned the Limits to Growth movement of Club of Rome. But before we get to Club of Rome, we got to go to the Earth Day, the creation of Earth Day in 1970. Earth Day traces back to UNESCO, of course. Of course. We've covered at length here. UNESCO, one of the major think tanks in the part of the UN, part of eugenics, social engineering, all of that. Earth Day traces back to the UNESCO. In 1969, at a UNESCO conference in San Francisco, peace activist John McConnell, who we've talked about here in the past, and his relation to the New Age, etc., proposed a day to honor the Earth and the concept of peace to first be observed on March 21st. Interesting, a day right before, probably even more significant one, 1970. The first day of spring in the Northern Hemisphere. And of course, we have to look at Ira Einhorn, the mind behind, or at least one of the founders next to McConnell. And of course, if we do a little more research, we understand Ira Einhorn is the unicorn killer.
Do you feel disconnected from your child's education? Introducing Virtual Preparatory Academy.
A maniac, a murderer. Okay. Let's pull this up here just for y'all that aren't familiar with this story. And, people do bad things. But it's interesting. Some of these environmentalists, these hyper-progressives, these eco-fascists, they're nutcases. And they do crazy stuff in the real world. The murder of Holly Maddox by Earth Day fraud, Ira Einhorn. Okay. Really happened. Okay. Sad, horrible situation. But here we are. We're dealing with psychopaths. Right? I want to be straight up. Now, of course, from there, we have to go to the Club of Rome, 1972's work, The Limits to Growth. But of course, from there, we can go to the 1992 Real Earth Summit, which spawned, of course, Agenda 21. Very, very important times in history as far as the development of this philosophy, this propaganda, this social engineering movement that has created climate change. From this comes global warming, what was the other one? Global freezing or whatever it was, a new ice age, a bunch of nonsense that never came true. And following the 1992 Real Earth Summit was all the Al Gore BS that never came true. Remember the August Arctic summer that was allegedly supposed to happen between 2009 and 2013 that never happened. Nothing Paul Ehrlich predicted happened. Nothing Limits to Growth predicted happened. Right? All of this is pseudo social engineering propaganda to scale technologies and reshape the environment, but also society through behavior modification, nudging. Let me give you a perfect example. I'm going to read from the book, Nudge, one of my favorites to get good social engineering commentary. None other than the notorious Cass Sunstein. Yeah, the same guy who signed on board for behavior modification during the scam. Yeah, how can we get people to comply, Sunstein? We'll pay you hundreds of thousands of dollars to write out some really good social engineering techniques like, slogans, directives. Yeah, Cass Sunstein was put on board by who to mind control society. Let's read from his book with regard to a type of environmental nudging of sorts. Consider Texas' imaginative and stunningly successful effort to reduce littering on its highways. Texas officials were enormously frustrated by the failure of their well-funded and highly publicized advertising campaigns, which attempted to convince people that it was their civic duty to stop littering. Social responsibility. Remember, Klaus Schwab wrote in World Economic Forum's website, well, COVID had a lot to do with shaping social responsibility, such that we can see, such that the future populations behave accordingly in pandemic scenarios. Many of the litterers were men between the ages of 18 and 24 who were not exactly impressed by the idea that a bureaucratic elite wanted them to change their behavior. Public officials decided that they needed a tough-talking slogan. That would also address the unique spirit of Texas pride, appealing to the emotions. Yeah, very. I think of Alul's work in propaganda, where he constantly reiterates this idea of social engineering propaganda being successful through the appealing to the emotions. Gustav, one of the first to mention that, Gustav Le Bon, and his work, The Crowd. Explicitly targeting an unresponsive audience, the state enlisted popular Dallas Cowboys football players to participate in television ads in which they collected litter, smashed beer cans in their bare hands, and growled, "Don't mess with Texas." There's the social engineering slogan to create a type of nudging effect to produce collective behavior so people stop littering. Other spots included popular singers such as Willie Nelson. Maybe some of you guys remember this, those from Texas. People can now get all kinds of Don't Mess with Texas products, from decals to shirts to coffee mugs. One popular decal offers patriotic colors reflecting both the U.S. flag and, perhaps more important, the Texas flag, appealing to national identity even. Similar to how in the progressive left, pro-COVID ID, 9%. In the first 6 years, there was a 72%, very significant number. In its first 6 years, there was a 72% reduction in visible roadside litter. All this happened not through mandates, not through threats or coercion, but through a creative nudge. Perfect environmental, climate-based example for you. Evidence, receipts, okay? Just a little history for you. Let's continue. So from Real Earth Summit 1992, we get Agenda 21 is a major conclusion. Now, one thing we have to provide here is maybe a new example, or I'd even argue a rarely mentioned component in this entire thing. Of course, we have to speak about Paul J. Crutzen. Crutzen. Interesting. Yeah, I don't have to say, you guys already know. Anyways, we have to address the IGBP because it is this particular man in his work and document that has structured the philosophy, the foundations, the ideals, the ideology beneath what we call the Anthropocene. In fact, he coined the concept. And it is this man's work precisely and this document here that has prepared a time such as this, where the pyrocene can be legitimately used as, some environmental effect. This whole idea of the Great Reset, this whole push towards stakeholder capitalism in the World Economic Forum, this whole push towards sustainability by way of ESG is rooted in the philosophy of the Anthropocene. In fact, it's an anti-Anthropocene perspective that, as y'all know, that's been around. Understand this is a post-humanist philosophy. We'll get there. But of course, let's address one of the key minds and documents behind this. You're here. Okay, you come here for something different? Welcome. International Geosphere Biosphere Program. This paper here not only coined the concept of the Anthropocene, but it set the tone for everything we would see prior. All we see here in the evolution of these movements and ideologies were solidified in this document here. Okay. Now, IGBP, International Geosphere Biosphere Program. The IGBP Newsletter 41, it's technically called IGBP 41, is a publication of the International Geosphere Biosphere Program that was released in May 2000. The newsletter contains an article titled The Anthropocene by Paul Crutzen and Eugene Stormer, which introduced the concept of the Anthropocene as a new geological epoch, similar to the Pyrocene, the new epic of fire. And now you guys are putting two and two together. The new geological epic concept of the Anthropocene, as a new geological epoch characterized by the significant impact of human activities on the Earth's systems. This is where it comes from. At least this is what popularized it in science circles. This is very similar to the work of Club of Rome, Limits to Growth, and how it affected environmental sciences and environmental communities. The IGBP 41 document pushed that even further with the new concept of Anthropocene, giving them an actual entity to blame. The article argues that the human activities such as the burning of fossil fuels and the release of greenhouse gases have altered the Earth system to such an extent that they have become a geological force. The IGBP Newsletter 41 is significant in relation to the Anthropocene because it was the first publication to introduce the concept of the Anthropocene to the scientific community. Key, very key here. Everything shifted from this point. They took this idea and ran with it. Hence the moment we're in today, and the reason you got all of these loonies out in the world talking about save the Earth and kill yourself. This is where it comes from. For those that want a historical understanding of how these things developed, where the ideas, the ideology, the mind control, the social engineering, what birthed it. The newsletter played a key role in the development of the concept of the Anthropocene and its increasing impact in the broader research community and beyond.
Do you ever wonder about the legal ramifications of using your hands or your weapon in self-defense and how to actually...
Now, I have presented for you here how I see this playing out. Problem, reaction, solution to give a type of rubric of understanding. The Anthropocene is perceived as a modern humanist effect of man on the Earth. You go back for those that are in the locals in the Patreon are very familiar with this trajectory, given that you're watching the simulation lecture series where we go into the progressive era, where we go into the industrial era, the second revolution, industrial revolution, into the third industrial revolution. So you're very familiar with this modern humanist perspective of industrialization. Okay. Now, from here, it's this modern humanist industrialization, this mechanization of man, mechanization of behavior, mechanization of environment. Putting machine, putting chemical, oil, etc. first and foremost for empire, for control. Right. And from here, we move into the reaction. What's the reaction? Well, humans are bad. Right. We get the climate change movement that's affecting the young minds in the future. Okay. We get the World Economic Forum pushing a Great Reset agenda towards stakeholder capitalism that is rooted in an anti-Anthropocene perspective. And of course, we get figureheads and actors like Thunberg as an example to affect the youth and the future minds even more, moving us towards the ultimate goal here. The ultimate goal that even transcends transhumanism. Transhumanism is the space between here. This is the space between where transhumanism lies. The ultimate goal is posthumanism. Now, those who are in the locals and Patreon, we're going to be doing a whole series on posthumanism. It's far too deep, too much literature and boring stuff. People who watch this show aren't interested in. So if you're interested in that level of my research, you got to go there and get it because it's not fit for YouTube. That's for sure. And this is an anti-Anthropocene perspective. Okay. This is where we get ideas like the Avatar Ship of 2045 project. This is where we get ideas of biodigital convergence of Canada, where we get ideas of the Human Augmentation Project of the UK, where we get projects like Project Moonshot of Japan. Okay, and of course, where we get aspects of transhumanism extending out into the post-human goal by way of World Economic Forum. Across the board, across the Earth, this goal is the same. And one of the key ways they're getting to this point is through climate, as well as biology. That's why we have a lot of the viral pandemic movements of the World Health Organization and the United Nations pushing that agenda, but also playing a key role in the climate change as well, because they're the same beast. Oh yeah, Austin, we got a whole cybernetic series coming up on the members groups as well. Cybernetic, I'm going to go through the whole history of it. Now, let's see. So we have Anthropocene, modern humanism. Mankind is playing the central role in mishandling of the Earth, destroying its geographical and ecological foundations. Man-centered machine of exploitation of peoples and nature. This is what the Anthropocene is. This is the straw man being built up to knock down. Not to say these things didn't happen. Not to say empire and all these types of oppressive systems of control and management didn't happen, because they did. The robber barons. Yes, all of these horrible things happened. But again, who do we have giving us the solutions? The same robber barons with different suits and haircuts, different names. Right, reaction to the Anthropocene. Humans are bad. The Great Reset we get as a response to this. The Great Reset. Digital transformation, ESG sustainability, smart city initiatives. We'll get there. Almost there. Digital economies, Web 3, Web 4, and of course, the Internet of Bodies. Right. All transitioning mankind, society, environment, climate to the anti-Anthropocene, postmodern, posthumanism. Now, it is my belief, though these are academic terms and concepts when we think of postmodern, posthumanism, Anthropocene, etc., these are all representation of Lucifer's goal, the great work, the merging of man and machine, the removal of the image of God, the removal of God as an idea itself. This is all Lucifer's goal. This is Satan at work here. This is Satan controlling the strings of this all. but I'm giving you the academic, more educational perspective, historical perspective, but also, of course, it's always grounded in the only true understanding of how these things work, the biblical worldview. The only worldview that can accurately describe and explain what is happening, where it's going. And that is what it is. No other worldview can explain things properly and consistently.
Again, that's his belief. That's not necessarily mine. Not all views reflected here are shared by that of the channel owner. So, yeah,
that is a fact.
I should put that on the banner at the bottom there.
Now let's continue. Now, before we get there, let's get another reading. Of course, one of my favorites for post-human academic research, Francesca Ferrando, in her work Philosophical Posthumanism. I want to read you a little excerpt here, kind of buttress the point I made. Now, this is in excess of anthropocentrism. So the anti-Anthropocene, the post-human perspective, is against the Anthropocene in that they're against man as the center of Earth. Fascinating, because God told us to subdue the Earth and to multiply. Subdue the Earth and that of beasts, of land, right, of environment. So as we can see here, if God says through Scripture that we are to subdue the Earth and be fruitful and multiply, it would make sense that Satan, the Luciferian great work, would say, stop multiplying, sleep with machines, masturbate, be single your whole life, don't make families. Marriage is a horrible idea. In fact, man is bad. Man should be removed from the Earth. Plug into machines. Interact with nothingness. Digits, bits, ones and zeros. Let's replace everything with virtuality and codependence on machine. That would make a whole lot of sense, wouldn't it? Let me continue. The debate on displacing anthropocentrism is of a different order and pertains to a different genealogical line from the critique of humanism, though it often intersects with it. The critique of species supremacy. So this is what the post-human, anti-Anthropocene perspective would call humanism, or the Anthropocene, or the worldview right here. Okay, that's what this is. What comes to the fore instead is a human-non-human continuum, which is consolidated by pervasive technological mediation. This is where all of this is leading. The fires, the climate, the pandemics, the juicy jabby jabs, the track and the trace, the Musks and the Neuralinks, the Zucks and the metaverse, all leading towards this goal. Anti-Anthropocene, postmodern, posthumanism. Now, let's talk about the progress trap. What is the progress trap? We discussed this here, the work of Ronald Wright. This progress trap is the idea that technology is going to be the end of us if we continue to utilize it as the sole solution for all human scale problems. Human scale problems need human scale solutions. Human scale interventions, not purely technological. If you're paying attention, we're purely addressing these issues through technology, whether it's air purification systems or mRNA technologies or smart devices or applications to help out with your mental health. Are you lonely? You need a sex partner? We got robo-sex toys. Everything is a technological solution for all human scale problems that only humans, I would argue through God, of course, can deal with. They want to get away from all that. They want to remove all of that. Right? Now, Anthropocene.
If you're making contact in a pure-hearted way, they're going to come. They want us to do it because it's how we evolved and can fulfill our destiny.
Pogo alert, pogo alert. Shill alert, shill alert, chill pogo.
Climate change gives our
pogo.
era its own name. Here it is.
Hug a buddy, fuck a buddy, fake alien, fucking faggot bitch.
The foundation of the climate change movement. The anti-Anthropocene.
I think that dude's a lizard, for real. He's a lizard.
Post-humanist movement.
Or what it doesn't matters. Does it matter? I think said that he's a shout out to Gorilla Gems, aka. But what did he say? I forget the name he said. That Stephen Greer's one of those characters from one of those aliens from what fucking show is it? It's not Star Trek. Was it Star Trek? I can't remember now. Never mind. It's too late.
Transhumanism being a step towards it, a transition. They must merge man with machine before he can become post-human, before he can be equal with machine and animal. Now, let's get it straight from the horse's mouth perspective.
In the 4.6 billion year history of Earth, we humans are just a blip. We've been around for about 200,000 years, or less than 1/100th of 1% of the Earth's timeline. Yet, in that sliver of time, we've made an unmistakable impact on the planet. For example, our numbers have swelled to over 7 billion people, consuming resources at an ever-increasing rate. As we've grown, we've made our mark on the world forests. There are about half as many trees now as there were at the dawn of human civilization. We've altered more than 50% of the Earth's land by clearing fields, building cities, damming rivers, and even removing mountaintops in search of coal. We've also changed our atmosphere. The carbon dioxide we generated during the early industrial revolution is still warming the planet today, along with all our emissions since then. Even if we were to stop emitting CO2 right now, the gas we've already pumped into the atmosphere would last for tens of thousands of years, and so would the higher temperatures and rising sea levels it causes. We've affected other species as well. Our actions have stressed plant and animal populations around the world. In mammals alone, the extinction rate is now 55 times higher than before humans existed.
By the way, if anybody thinks this is too fast for them, all they have to do is put it in 0.75 speed. Literally, all you gotta do is go down here on my stream and change the speed to like probably 0.75, maybe 0.5. If you listen to it at 0.5, it'll be normal speed. Because I'm at 2x speed. So half speed would be normal speed. 0.75 would be like 1.5 speed. Something like that. So, yeah.
We've caused so many changes to the planet so quickly that scientists have given this time period its own name. They're calling it the Anthropocene, or the Age of Humans. Like the Pleistocene and the Holocene, the Anthropocene
Are you guys having an issue with hearing this? Let me know if you have any audio issues.
represents a segment of the Earth's timeline. It includes things like the rise of fossil fuels as an energy source, the industrialization of agriculture, and the urbanization of more than half the world's population. We've caused a cascade of effects that have altered the landscape, the climate, the animals and plants around us, and even our own way of life.
Here you are, represented, or should I say presented perfectly. Okay, sounds good. All right, just want to make sure. This is a perfect example of the post-humanist agenda, which is not even near here yet. We're just being ideologically and culturally prepared for it. Right now we're in the transhumanist stage, through the work of Musk and some of these weirdos in science today. The whole push towards mRNA and genomics and hormonal technologies. We're just in an early transition. We're still not even to liberal eugenics yet, which is what's going to be a big part of this election coming up in 2024. Policies for liberal eugenics, which will prepare us for a type of transhumanist era, moving us towards this full-on post-human kind of anti-Anthropocene. So let's run this back quickly here, because she breaks down all the proper points here that we're going to refute.
It includes things like the rise of fossil fuels as an energy source.
Okay, right here we have fossil fuels, sure, all right.
The industrialization of agriculture.
The industrialization of agriculture. Again, when they talk about these things, pay attention to the manipulation. They talk about these things as if we have anything to do with any of them. These systems are systems of a very small, isolated elite group within the human species. But when they speak about these things, they speak about them in general, as if humans in general are behind this. It's so fascinating how manipulative it is. And it's all under the guise of altruism and humanism.
And the urbanization of more than half the world's population. We've caused a cascade of effects.
Urbanization, as if they're not moving towards a new type of urbanization. Digital urbanization. What do you think smart cities are? We're going to get into smart cities next year. I'm saying these people, for those of us that know a little bit, it's very easy to demystify this propaganda. It's total nonsense. The problem is the next generations, the young people, are so moved by this stuff, so manipulated. That's the hard part. It's the younger generations, man, that are already taken.
That have altered the landscape, the climate, the animals and plants around us, and even our own way of life. But these kinds of changes aren't unprecedented. In fact, the Earth is constantly in flux. Throughout its history, continents have broken apart and come together. Ocean currents have shifted and climates have fluctuated. Species have died out and new ones have emerged. So, how is this shift different? Right now, one species alone is driving these changes.
One species? You see how they just put us all in a box? One species, or one very significant group within the species that's dominating and manipulating and exploiting all of the rest of us. Evil. Absolutely evil. But not surprised, because this is the Smithsonian, okay? 62%, if not more, federally funded. The rest funded by private philanthropic groups. Gates, for instance. The people behind the technology and the new dominance coming are the ones behind this propaganda. Fascinating.
What's even more unique is that we know we're doing it. That alone could be the most important shift in how we see ourselves today.
We? Who is we?
By acknowledging that we're actively shaping the future of the planet,
Are we actively shaping the future of the planet, or are these entities and groups shaping it through their development of certain types of technologies that are foisted onto us? Did we ask for social media that has literally destroyed a large percentage of a whole generation? Did we ask for this? Did we vote for it? Of course we did. Amazing.
We're actively shaping the future of the planet. We can determine what shape that future will take. Now it's up to us to decide. What do we want our future to look like?
Yeah.
These microgreens changed my life 10 years ago. I started growing them while I had a full-time finance job.
That's like World Economic Forum putting together a cute little cartoon and voiceover for the rest of the population. What do we want the future to look like? As if we have a choice. As if we have a say. Now, I will say we do have an influence. Hence the importance of social engineering, the importance of propaganda that neutralizes our thought processes, so we can't make any decisions. We just sit back and comply. We appeal to the experts. We appeal to the authorities. We appeal to those in power, those with cultural influence, those with the money, those with the fame. And they all parrot the same agenda. Because there's goals here. There's much bigger goals here. Okay. Problem with the Anthropocene, this anti-Anthropocene perspective, problems with it. Well, as I said earlier, it seems to be not the human species, not human activities on Earth in general, you and I, our families, our communities. It seems to be isolated elitist organizations within the human population and their industrial systems activities, a holistic system of systems on Earth. It isn't the human species behaviors and practices and lifestyles, but no, it's the industrial systems activities on Earth, the systems, the technological systems, the economic systems, the industrial institutional systems, and those behind it, those in power. Not us. But you see how they paint it with such a broad brush. This speaks to the social responsibility aspect. You must instill some type of guilt, shame, right? Hence, producing collective behavior, similar to the Texas example I showed you. If you get the famous people, the cowboy athletes, the celebrities up there saying, you should do this, be proud, we're together, whatever they say, whatever they use. They must induce feelings of guilt and shame, personal responsibility. You must feel something personal, hence the whole COVID scandemic, making everyone feel personal responsibility to not kill grandma, to wear a mask and distance, to protect others. With little evidence, outside of suggestions, recommendations, pseudo-mandates, nudging, social engineering, powerful stuff. Probably one of the biggest industries in the American nation. You need personal responsibility. Once it's practiced by enough of the crowd, it becomes group responsibility. And then you get collective action. We saw some real deal collective action when you looked outside between, say, 2020 and 2022. All the people wearing masks, fighting over space, avoiding each other, standing in lines to take experimental juices that they're probably suffering from right now. This is how it's done. This is how it's done. Let's look at something here. Let's look at the IGBP 41 document. I want to read a little part of it to you to show you what really spawned all of this crap. All of this crap we're seeing on the news. All this crap we're hearing from our politicians. All these new green movements. The Thunbergs, the World Economic Forums. Let's check it out, man. I'll bring it down here. Check this out. Right here. Without major catastrophes, like an enormous volcanic eruption, an unexpected epidemic, or pandemic, a large-scale nuclear war, they've been pushing that lately, haven't they? World War III as an example. An asteroid impact, a new ice age, or continued plundering of Earth's resources by partially still primitive technology, mankind will remain a major geological force for many millennia, maybe millions of years to come. To develop a worldwide accepted strategy leading to sustainability of ecosystems against human-induced stresses will be one of the great future tasks of mankind, requiring intensive research efforts and wise application of knowledge, or social engineering, thus acquired in the noosphere. Those who are aware of this term. McDowell goes into some good research and depth on this term, noosphere. That is a type of a technologically codependent cognitive distribution system. Okay, well, it's like a global brain, a hive mind, a digital hive mind. Okay? Better known as knowledge or information society. Yes, the information society. Stuff we've been covering here for years. An exciting but also difficult and daunting task lies ahead of the global research and engineering community to guide mankind towards global, sustainable, environmental management. There you are. There is the plan in a couple paragraphs. That's it. That's it. Year 2000.
I have come home and I have stood at the base of the steps just dreading the 40 stairs that I have to climb up. And there's 40 because I've counted them. When you're not healthy, it's hard to be happy.
That was year 2000. You see how they use the threat. Well, it's going to take some massive catastrophe, some crisis, a volcanic eruption, an epidemic. It's going to take something to convince man that we need to change the ways we run our environments and systems and industries. It's going to require intensive research efforts and wise application of knowledge to convince man. What have we been seeing post this document? Gore being the first real push. This was 2000, and we understand Gore was a big part of the early 2000s, environmentally speaking, and as well a big part of the push for the digital highway, the internet as we know it. Interesting, fascinating, isn't it? Now, let's go to smart cities real quick here. I'm going to be referencing the UNESCO document. Smart City Shaping the Society of 2030. Yeah, we do research over here, okay? Not to bring the receipts, so let's look into it. This is 2019, okay? Now, let's go down a little bit here. Let's go down a little bit here. Chinese ambition. Let's see, where's it? Software. I'm looking for City Labs. That's not it. Where was it? Software in the limelight. Okay, here we are. I want to read this here. Actually, let me. That's not that great now. Man, I wish I could make it bigger. I don't know why it's doing it. That's even worse. Okay, that's fine. The smart city concept was in fact immediately associated with IT solutions, hardware, software, and telecoms networks. Now, I'm showing you this document to give you a little foundation on what smart cities are, how they're developed, and what they require to develop, infrastructurally speaking. I'm following up the concept of posthumanism and the anti-Anthropocene philosophy. And I guess ideology to describe this is the solution. This is the anti-Anthropocene solution to the industry of fossil fuel. The solution being full-on electrification, full-on digitization, the great transition or the digital transformation. Smart cities being the answer to housing and the living environments of a type of post-human era that's fully digital. Right? That's what's so important about smart cities in general. Is it presents this digital infrastructure that's going to connect everything. Right? So to really understand this post-human world, it's important to understand how they intend on creating our cities and our societies and civilization in general. Okay? The smart city concept was in fact immediately associated with IT solutions. Let me just bring this up. So it all starts with computers, right? For those in the member groups, you've been third industrial, the development of the computer and how powerful it was with regard to the new direction of mankind. Everything to be transitioned or transferred through computer engineering. And that's where cybernetics came into play. Even human biology, human behavior was equated and integrated with a type of computer language and computer logic. From the third industrial revolution, everything becomes computer-based. Not just human behavior, not just human biology, but even human environments. And the smart city is the perfect representation of this the logical conclusion of things like cybernetics. By the promoters of the concept who were the giants of these industries in the early 2000s. Early 2000s post IGBP document 41. From that point on, with the very first network city in 2017, generation added value has moved from industrial equipment to digital networks that allow cities to be monitored, okay, remotely controlled, and interacted with while collecting big data. Key stuff. This is key because the smart city is being sold through the green argument. It's efficient, it's green, it's sustainable. But what it fails to consider is the draconian authoritarian ownership over life and behavior that it entails through the collection of this big data. Hence, they control and manage it, but they also offer it up through access. So they're withholding our ability to even know ourselves and to interact with the real world based on this type of control of our personal data that is directly integrated into this massive system. And they're going to accomplish this through a type of digital ID that will give you access to the niceties, right, of the smart cities. With ongoing development of the second generation based on its computing city concept, the intelligence of algorithms has become the most attractive added value. Soft power computing increasingly allows digital giants to claim leadership of modernization projects. This is UNESCO. Okay, listen. Soft power computing increasingly allows digital giants, Microsoft, Apple, whoever, Alphabet, allows digital giants to claim leadership of modernization projects, housing developments, access to mobility, travel, food, even. Is power changing hands? The power takeover strategy can be observed among the titans of the American electronic digital sector. Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, but also among their Chinese counterparts, BATX, Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent, Xiaomi. They should now be considered as very active players in any request for tenders for smarter city modernization. They are no longer content to be mere suppliers, speaking of China, serving an urban concept developed by others. They intend to play the role of smart city pilots, competing for leadership with major suppliers of physical infrastructure, buildings, bridges and roadways, transport, energy, and environmental services. In fact, using these suppliers as their own subcontractors. This is centralization, digital centralization, under the guise of decentralized blockchain. They need blockchain because that solidifies all these projects, not just gives them the infrastructure, but it gives them the opportunity to at will control the behaviors of entire populations based on the withholding of access to their own personal data. True human capital. In the end stage, should we say, next stage of capitalism, stakeholder capitalism, where the new currency is human capital, data, human data, right? For a long time, U.S. electronics firms dominated the global market and competed with each other to impose their standards. Historical IT players, Cisco, IBM, Microsoft, Intel, were the first to surf the smart city concept. As they are already in place to have long-standing relationships with metropolitan pilots, they're eager to protect their markets and prefer to develop using existing structures. They defend a top-down urban modernization model, offering financial incentives, Cisco financing, and IBM Smart City Challenge, for example, with partnerships, PPP, public-private partnerships, World Economic Forum. Okay, this is a big part of World Economic Forum, is a think tank, but also a culturally influenced entity that pushes the ideals of these larger institutions, these larger entities like UNESCO, for instance, or these massive corporate technological companies like IBM, Cisco, for instance. In a sense, World Economic Forum is very influential. They're thought experiments that change behavior and worldview for these much larger, more infrastructurally influential companies. Hence, public-private partnership. It's like the corporate connects with the governmental, right? The state and the technocracy, or the state and the corporations come together to create the technocracy. They defend a top. Okay, with that. With partnerships, PPP, to make it possible for cities to buy their technologies. More recently, the American digital giants known as GAFAM, Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, have joined them. And soon we'll also have Natu, Netflix, Airbnb, Tesla, and Uber. Pay attention. This is the cultural component. What we have here is access to food, access to entertainment, and access to lodging. Housing, food, entertainment. Three of the most, I'd say, significant experiences in human life today. Netflix, Airbnb, Tesla, Musk, and Uber. Once they create these types of smart cities, these major corporations it will be a centralized system where, let's just say as an example, all free or very affordable access to content will be provided by Netflix, say. All food delivery and access to affordable, cheap food without lifting a finger or moving a toe provided by Tesla or Uber. Automated vehicle systems throughout the 15-minute city that say you can't walk or you can't ride a bike. Types of delivery systems for human mobility, human bodies being transferred through, say, possibly Uber as a company, and Airbnb possibly having something to do with the ownership or access to living quarters. Just showing how all of these corporations, bigger technological industries, as well as the state government, are all involved in playing their role in this massive digital transition and transformation. And it is my belief that the climate and public health are being used as, let's say, ploys to twist the arms of the population to comply. Okay, so I'll definitely be returning to this eventually because it's just too much good stuff in there. Now, let's get into some representations or examples of these cities, of these smart cities. And I actually have some things to say about the development of the smart cities to give some optimism. Because similar to blockchain, though things are changing, there's still a lot of obstacles in the way of smart cities. In fact, I'll say digital currencies, cryptocurrencies, for instance, will come way sooner than smart cities. And the smart cities that will exist and that are being developed now are going to be extremely isolated and far and few in between, based on the need or the certain infrastructural requirement for these cities to actually function properly. With that being said, they'll be very limited in number, but also limited in how many people they can even house. So it's very likely that we will see these smart cities as mere projects for the near future because a certain level of energy production does not exist yet. Now, new forms of energy are being created every single day, or at least being studied and investigated. This is already occurring with blockchain technology with regard to crypto. So there are alternatives they're trying to figure out, and eventually we'll get there with the use of light and different types of crystals and stones to produce energy, as well as producing energy from human bodies. These are much deeper levels of research in different areas that are much lesser known, but there are many alternative energy producing sources that they're working on. So just because they don't have the energy now to do this stuff doesn't mean they won't have the energy later, because these guys are serious, man, and they know what they're doing, and they're extremely intelligent. So they're going to figure out ways to come up with this energy. But there is quite a bit of time between them that I think is good for us to maintain a type of anti-singularity culture, anti-digitization culture, because the culture, as long as there's a large enough culture present to create alternative lifestyles and economies and communities to, in a sense, combat this direction, I think we'll be able to carve out a space to sustain our types of lifestyle, not without hardship, not without inconvenience, not without probably cumbersome experiences with regard to how we access things, how we barter and create parallel economies. But for a lot of us that are, say, over 30, that's not a problem, because we kind of lived at a time where everything wasn't so instantaneous. So we understand that we know how to step back a little bit and live a little simpler. And many of us who are serious about this are going to have to do that eventually, especially as quick as all this stuff is moving. So let me pull this up here before we continue on. Progress trap quickly here. In fact, let me show you some smart cities first. There's several projects now. Probably one of the most popular and famous, projects right now is the Line. Everyone's talking about the Line. I showed you guys the Line like a couple years ago, but it's getting a lot of promotion right now, right? So let's look at a quick clip of the Line, and I'll show you the work of Neon. I'll show you some other ones, some lesser known smart cities that are already in the works and that already exist. But just showing you examples, but then speaking to limitations, and also speaking to the fantasy of a lot of it. Right? A lot of it is being sold in a way that is complete nonsense. It's a lot of fantasy. But let's check it out.
This is what veterans are doing to increase their disability rating.
2 of the conditions, they had me rated at like.
My name is Michio Kaku. Of course, they have one of the astrophysicists, singularity/simulation theorists presenting these ideas because they're all connected. Simulation theory is directly connected to the Internet of Bodies, as well as directly connected to the post-human avatarship of Web 4. They're all connected.
Professor of theoretical physics, and I'm also a futurist. What will a city of the future look like? When I was a child, I used to think about the city of the future. Are we going to have flying cars? Are we going to visit the moon and Mars? When I grew up, I began to look at these cities like Paris, London, New York. And I saw traffic jams. I saw pollution. I saw tremendous inequalities. And I said to myself,
these are all of the anti-Anthropocene arguments. Right? Man and his oppressive, racist, prejudice, polluted systems. Atlantis, Harada, yes, Atlantis. The new Atlantis, the Baconian transhumanist project. Of course, it's a major influence here if we go way back. Yes. This is where we're going. Where Bacon himself believed, a Promethean type, that through man's knowledge, his intelligence, and his way with technology, he can remake, reform, reproduce, perfect mankind. Hence where we're at now. Of course, posthumanism takes the Baconian view even further. In fact, would reduce Bacon to a racist and bigot, and man's centric humanist, right? They would say, no, it's not about man, it's about technologies, and all entities and objects equal. Technology is the center, not man. That's the, I guess the progression of the logic there.
we can do better. We can create, perhaps out of the desert, a city that would be sustainable, livable, a city of the future. The Line shows us a new way of doing things, a new pattern by which we can make a livable future.
Placemaking to me is about creating the canvas for community.
It's about creating spaces for people to want to visit and live.
A place that cares for society.
Again, all of the emotional appeals that cares for society. What society? What people are you talking about? Right? Who is going to want to live in a longhouse like this? I don't care how fancy and technological it is. This is the techno longhouse. That's what this is. And it's being sold through this guise of altruism and a false sense of humanism. It's in fact post-human, but it's being sold as this new altruistic continuation of the humanist project. So it's so manipulative.
Demographers think that the cities of the future will contain about 50 million people. That's not livable at all. At the Line, we are working on creating a template by which we can create cities of the future. That's where jobs are. That's where opportunities are. And so placemaking to me is about creating...
People live here. People die here. People get their mail here.
A legacy. Creating a template.
Who knows that reference? Somebody's gonna get it.
By which other nations can then compare their cities, their plans, with what's being done here in Saudi Arabia. So what are we looking at here?
So we're looking at the Line as a whole. The Line spans across 3 different geological regions. So we have the coastal desert, the mountain, and the upper valley. It starts out at 500 meters height, and then slowly, as the topography rises, it disappears into the mountains. We have the hidden marina. This is where we're starting construction.
Well, I can see no one got that reference just yet. That's okay. Yeah, great point, says Leon Kingsley. Good to see you, by the way. I love this. Pandemic be like, oh, wee. You better believe it. Now think about this. Think about what would happen during a pandemic in an enclosed, centralized, closed digital system such as this. Full lockdown. Similar to what you saw in China, but way more technologically advanced. I'm sure there is a pandemic system built into this. Well, there will be. That literally locks down homes and doors by the push of a button. Very songbird, birdish. Snowpiercer. Yes. If you think about it. No. Snowpiercer wasn't that reference, Miss Bell, if that's what you're speaking to. I don't think anyone's going to get that reference. It's such an obscure line in the film, but it's one of my favorites, I must argue. People live here. People die here. People get their mail here. Anyways, yes, think about this. Now, what I find fascinating, for those who actually study, say, architecture, historical architecture, or the new transition into new architecture through the work of, say, Zygmunt Bauman, right, or Virilio's work. When we read these philosophers / architects that discuss the transition from, modern 20th century living quarters and buildings and cities into super modernity, that of Marc Auger, for instance. When we read these philosophers, we discover how dead and empty these types of cities are and will be, but also how bad they are biologically with regard to the crowding, not just of bodies, but of cultures, ideals, ideas. It's creating a cesspool. In fact, we think things are bad in our cities now. I don't care if you put lipstick on a pig, like a situation like this. I don't care how shiny the walls are, how automated the systems are. Man is man. Human nature is human nature. Yes, you got it, Rata. I love it. I love it. Yes, Rata. Yes, finally. Someone got it. Yes. One of the greatest films ever made. I know people disagree with that one, but anyhow. Let's continue.
Bring in a canal from the Red Sea to create a bay.
All this is sustainable, right?
Neom itself is 100% renewable energy. We produce energy through solar, wind, and hydrogen. We also have 100% sustainable water, meaning we take out water through desalination from the sea. Right. However, we don't dump the brine back into the sea. So we use that salt and we recycle it, making the process very sustainable.
Your voice, your message, your story is needed now. Give your story a voice and a bank account. There is a need for more women speakers.
So this is a section of the line. You're going to have the mirror. This is where the mobility at height is going to be happening. This is your neighborhood, for example, right?
It's a thought experiment. It's a fantasy. The only people who will live in these types of quarters will be fully engineered people, behaviorally and biologically. I mean, this requires either a type of dense collectivism or a type of hyper-individualism that you would find in some of the major metropolitan areas of America. Those types would live here. But we see how the major metropolitan areas of the United States are. People's behaviors, cultures won't change because you make it fancy and pretty. We see what's going on today, and things will only get worse in that regard, especially once you start adding in this many people, stack and pack, etc.
And where are the shops where people can go shopping?
So all of here is shops, right? So where your public space is means that it could be office spaces, right? Where people come down for lunch and sit outside, and basically you're 5 minutes away from your daily needs, your school, your nursery.
Makes life very convenient then.
It's so idyllic. Oh, makes life very convenient, doesn't it? That's just so convenient. Convenience will be the end of man.
Right? Everything's within walking distance. Like Midtown Manhattan, you're within walking distance of everything within Midtown. But outside of that is hell. The commuting is incredible. Exactly. To get to that Midtown Manhattan.
And even the music, it's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting, these people and their projects and their ideas. It will fail. Not without a whole lot of crisis, not without a whole lot of fallout, not without a whole lot of disappointment. Just like the scamdemic and all of the responses and reactions to it failed, same thing here. They fumbled the scamdemic, they're going to fumble the climate change response. Every time it's the same. Look at the progressive era from, say, 1904 to 1925. Look at how they address issues through technology and social reform. It's only gotten worse since then. And it's even worse now because we got all this fancy technology to give us this illusion that now that we have better tech, we have better ideas and we'll be more successful. Hence, the progress trap. The progress trap. Let's go there. What is the progress trap? Let's refer to the work of Ronald Wright. Those that are familiar with this, remember this guy. The progress trap from Ronald Wright's work, A Short History of Progress. Ronald Wright, a historian and novelist, coined the term progress trap in his 2004 book and Massey lecture series, A Short History of Progress. Wright defines the progress trap as a short-term social or technological improvement that turns out in the longer term to be a backward step. In other words, a progress trap, again, progress so-called, right? The importance of refuting their concept of progress, that really is just technological determinism. That's what they consider progress, but let's continue. A progress trap is a chain of successes that leads to a disaster upon reaching a certain scale. Wright argues that societies that failed were seduced and undone by progress traps, which are seldom seen before it's too late. I argue our society today is suffering from a progress trap, and it's too late to retract what happened, say, between 2020 and 2023. We've yet to even see the consequences of that. We are suffering the next progress trap, that is sustainability through full digitization, the fourth industrial revolution, transhumanist movement toward the post-human era. This is precisely that, a progress trap that will hurt humanity and the environment more than it will sustain some type of so-called progress. You watch. Progress trap. A progress trap is a condition that human societies experience when, in pursuing progress through human ingenuity or technocracy, they inadvertently, ignorantly, or I would say purposely, introduce problems that they do not have the resources to solve for fear of short-term losses in status, stability, control, or quality of life. Say profit. Almost any sphere of technology can prove to be a progress trap, as in the example of medicine. I say mRNA therapies and hormonal technologies, and its inadequate response or cause to of issues of human disease and illness, as well in the drawbacks of the high-density agriculture practices through factory farming, poisons, and chemicals that destroy crop and population health. Of course, we can think of GMOs as an example, and the move towards this type of digital ag tech, big ag tech, right? The technocratic aspect of big food. Another is similar social, psychological, and societal damage that has been produced by the alleged progress of communication technology via smart devices and social media. We see how progressive that idea was now, don't we? No, I'm sure you guys recognize this young girl here, a very famous meme. I hope people can see the subtext there as she looks upon the transgression of man through his technologies to the final conclusion. I have Ready Player One reality, where we live in as biosims in impure simulations to escape the reality of the material world, the oppression and anxiety and depression and insecurities of the big, bad, scary material world. We escape into the nothingness of virtual realms and haptic suits and pleasure. Now, let us continue. Let's look at another project here. Actually, let's watch a little bit more of this line. I got a few clips here. Because this is the biggest one right now. This is like the biggest piece of propaganda to really get people to buy into this. And you know what helped out was the infrastructural development of Dubai, right? Which may have some would argue, strong cultural views and high examples of marriage, etc. But that's where girls go to. They go from Instagram over there to do gross things for large amounts of money. It's a seat of degeneracy and transhumanism. Anyhow, let's continue.
For too long, humanity has existed within dysfunctional and polluted cities that ignore nature. Now, a revolution in civilization is taking place. Imagine a traditional city and consolidating its footprint, designing to protect and enhance nature. The line will be home to 9 million residents and will be built with a footprint of just 34 square kilometers. And we are designing it to provide a healthier, more sustainable quality of life. The line's communities are organized in 3 dimensions. Residents have access to all their daily needs within 5-minute walk neighborhoods. And the line's infrastructure.
Access under what restrictions and requirements? You better believe, to even live here, there will be a biological, biotechnological requirement, say, of injections. I'm just saying. Everyone will be required to have certain technologies coursing through their veins just to exist together.
Makes it possible to travel end to end in 20 minutes with no need for cars, resulting in 0 carbon emissions. By leveraging AI technology, services are autonomous.
Oh, sounds like Skynet. Yeah, Skynet, Internet of Bodies, full spectrum dominance, ambient intelligence. Yeah, there it is.
Saving time and effort. Designed by world-leading architects, the line is 500 meters tall, 200 meters wide, 170 kilometers long, and housed within an elegant mirror glass facade. Intelligent solutions create efficiency and year-round temperate microclimate with natural ventilation. Energy and water supplies are 100% renewable. The line is designed as a series of unique communities, offering a wealth of amenities, providing equitable views and immediate access to the surrounding nature.
Immediate access. Yeah, right. It's such nonsense. I'm done with that. Let's move on to the next one, man. It's such garbage. I can't wait to see it fail. I can't wait. And for people who want to live over there, go on ahead. Do your thing. Enjoy yourself. In fact, maybe it'll take some pressure off us normal people that want to, say, live in a place with a backyard and maybe some nice neighbors we can wave at, say, 50 yards, 70 yards away. Maybe some of us would like to live in a home that's more than 70 square feet. Just saying. Now, there's another one of these that lesser known, older, I think actually probably one of the prototypes for this type of thing. Definitely a prototype for the future World Economic Forum has considered. And that is, for those that might be aware of it, is the Venus Project, right? The Venus Project, another one of these. The Venus Project is a nonprofit organization that presents a new socioeconomic model, utilizing science and technology towards social betterment to achieve a sustainable civilization. So really all this is a type of post-human technocratic society where everything is digitally integrated. And it's communitarian in that everything is shared equally. It's beyond reality. Again, it only will be for like certain collective groups or people who enjoy living beneath others and in like a longhouse scenario. It's kind of silly and idyllic and fantastical, but this is truly the direction those in power want to go. But I just can't see how any of this stuff on a large scale can actually work. And imagine if they take us down this road over the next, say, 30 years to build these little communities. Just imagine how that's going to be, how much just chaos is going to occur. It's kind of creepy when you think about it.
The Venus Project is a veritable blueprint for the genesis of a new world civilization based on human concern and environmental reclamation. It proposes a holistic social design in which automation and technology will be intelligently integrated to maximize the quality of life rather than simply profits.
Undesirable behaviors are products of long exposure to detrimental environments. If we wish to surpass the limitations of our present-day society, such as war, hunger, poverty, and bigotry, we need
trade all of the results of our old technological ideas for the potentials of our new technological ideas. We know we created all the problems, but hey, we have a solution, a new way. Just trust us. Yeah, okay.
to make changes and arrange society very differently. Most of our problems today are technical, but we still look for solutions through political means in a monetary system.
We have the resources. Money is an interference. One of the minds behind this fresco, for those not familiar with him, he seems like a nice guy. He's just an idealist, and he's actually anti-Christian as well. He's a New Ager, so I understand his worldview and his foundations for thought and purpose and behavior, etc. But I mean, it's just the people behind these ideas they're not working with a full deck, man.
Because it limits our ability and it limits our dreams.
Modern society has access to highly advanced technologies and can make available food, clothing, housing, medical care, a relevant educational system, and at the same time develop a limitless supply of renewable, clean energy such as geothermal, tidal, solar, wind, and more.
The solutions lie in the intelligent and humane application of science and technology and more appropriate resource management in order to supply goods and services to
the technocracy, full scale.
Everyone equitably, enabling the entire global appropriate resource management in order
to win and more.
The solutions lie in the intelligent and humane application of science and technology and more appropriate resource management in order to supply goods and services to everyone equitably, enabling the entire global population a very high standard of living.
We don't have enough money to accomplish this, but we do have enough resources if we initiate what Jacques Fresco calls a resource-based economy. This is where all goods and services are available to everyone without money, credit, barter, or servitude of any kind. For this to be attained, all resources must be declared as the common heritage of all the Earth's people.
What do you mean, all the Earth's people? I mean, just even that statement, it's ridiculous. It completely disregards things like culture, ethnocentrism, which is massive on the Earth. Billions and billions of people groups are ethnocentric, meaning they stick to themselves. They have a religion, they have a culture, they have a genetic lineage, they have a historical foundation of roots. They have no interest in like rubbing elbows with a bunch of foreigners. This is absolutely insane. I think I need to relax. Let me chill, man. It's just, I can't help but really get irritated by these people and their ideas. It's just so idiotic.
Imagine the possibilities of an unprecedented mobilization of scientific and technical alliances toward problem solving without the interference of money or politics to initiate global unification and restoration.
The Venus Project would start with a systems approach to city design, using highly effective construction methods, emphasizing the conservation of resources.
The first city would be a huge research center, making automated systems for the next city. It would be a place where we would disseminate information as to what sustainability really means for the future.
The aim of algorithmically controlled. Humans turned artificially intelligent. Fully algorithmically controlled societies and systems. That's a nightmare. Absolute nightmare.
The city is to constantly maximize existing and future technologies with the sole purpose of enhancing all human life and protecting the environment.
The society I'm talking about is global cooperation, where all the nations work toward improving the lot of humankind.
Global cooperation doesn't even mean anything. We can't even agree upon what to eat. And you're talking about global cooperation, bro.
Now, why do that? Because the smarter people are, the richer and more secure everybody is.
We have the tools at hand to design and build a future that is worthy of the human potential. It is imperative that we continue the process of social experimentation in order to transcend our present limitations and truly create the beginning of a civilized age.
The beginning of a keyword civilized age. This is taken straight from the philosophy of posthumanism that suggests the humanist project, and even into the transhumanist project, lacks this type of civilized view in that it's man-centered, it's authoritarian, it's hierarchical, it's dominant, right? It isn't civilized in a way that would suggest all life, right? Zo and bios are equal. All life is one. Life isn't life, if we consider this, because in this sense, even machines become representations of life. Even algorithms, bots, robots become representations of non-biological life. This is posthumanism in a nutshell. I'll be walking you guys through this stuff with academic evidence, academic resources, papers, research projects, events. I'll be over time presenting to you all of these things, showing you precisely how it's all developing and progressing over time. But again, I feel very optimistic when I see how ridiculous a lot of this is, and you're just shooting way too far with this stuff, man. It's absolutely ridiculous. But I have a list here of some smart cities. Now, there's one in Copenhagen, Denmark. Of course, you'll see a type of region that tends to be extremely technocratic here as I read these. Copenhagen, Denmark, most sustainable smart city in the world, right? Has one. Again, these are small scale, and they only will be small scale until our generations are gone. And who's to say what the future brings, of course. But let's just say 2 generations after Generation Alpha, when, say, people pre-internet are no longer on the planet, on the Earth, then the possibility for these types of societies, at least the support, more universal, general support for this type of lifestyle and living will be much more possible, we'll say. But until then, as long as people, say millennials, even Gen Z, say as long as Gen Z, millennials, Gen X, and the boomers are around, listen, none of this stuff is happening, man. I'm just sorry. Only on very small scales. And it has to work that way first, such that the infrastructure can be created and the systems can be properly tweaked. It's going to be a very, very interesting progression to watch. But the problem is it's going to be really pushed on us through the climate agendas, through the biowarfare and the scamdemic agendas, to get the culture built up and accelerate it. But where are they going to put us all? They don't got the infrastructure. They don't have, these smart cities they're infantile. So a lot of it is thought experiments, which is a good thing. So there's optimism there. But Copenhagen, we have also Norway, is another city that has been successfully implementing sustainable smart city initiatives. So not necessarily smart cities, full-scale smart cities up, developed, and functioning, but initiatives, smart city initiatives, certain types of technology, certain types of communication, certain types of network systems, certain types of track and tracing technologies and networks. Right? London, UK. London is another city that has been successful in implementing sustainable smart city initiatives. We have Amsterdam, Netherlands. We have Stockholm, Sweden. Of course, we have Vancouver, Canada. Vancouver is another city that has been successful in implementing sustainable smart city initiatives as well. Then we have Sydney, Australia, Spain, Barcelona, Tokyo, Japan. Not surprised by that one. Okay. So these are where some of the major smart city initiatives and developments are happening right now. Okay, so that's pretty much it. There's one in New Mexico. At least there was one in New Mexico. I haven't done any research recently on it. But there's major problems that come with this. Lack of sustainable or suitable infrastructure. The infrastructure is not there. The energy production is not there. But again, they have all these new forms of energy production through light crystals and all types of weird stuff, and even energy through human energy. I'll eventually touch on some of those things in some of my research there. But they're talking about, and there's ocean too. That's what the Venus Project, one of the key energy production systems, is using the ocean. And I haven't done enough research in that area, but I've seen some of the tech, and it's pretty interesting. Using the force of waves and the movement of mass bodies of water to produce energy. I don't know enough about it to really have an opinion, but on the surface, it sounds like probably a good option, right? Similar like wind turbines, which I know aren't good because they're they pollute, and also they kill a lot of birds and stuff. I don't know. I do understand that fossil fuels, so-called, these types of energy sources that we have, I guess, are limited, of course, right? But at the same time, it's our industries, right? I mean, we can change our industries. There's many things we can do. There's many solutions. The point is, it's not about real solutions, and it's not about what the people want. It's not about going back to localism, which I believe it should go back to, and it might for a while, actually. As, say, BRICS develops, as countries start to get away from the dollar, as a type of technological decentralization internationally occurs, we could very well see, we mentioned this way back, we could really maybe even see some manufacturing coming back to our own country, because we're going to have to start producing things again, because there's less of this reliance on other countries. That could possibly happen, especially during things like AI wars and digitization wars, it's going to be an interesting next 10 years, that's for sure, right? But I do, I know, Fawn, forgive me for the pseudo concept of fossils, of course. Just, for brevity, I guess. There's just a lot going on, man. There's so much going on. We can't even handle very basic things, okay? And they want to build cities of the future. It's nonsense, absolute nonsense. And transparency and data is going to be one of the biggest issues. And that's already happening now, like WorldCoin, for instance, and all these digital coins. Privacy and the culture that still has its feet in the concept of privacy. Is this wrong, or is an obstacle, is a roadblock in the way of a lot of this digitization? Again, the older populations, the older generations are going to maintain their ways of life. You're not going to get the baby boomers to want to be living on TikTok. It's not going to happen. You're not going to get Gen X and the millennials to play in the metaverse. It's not happening. It's just not happening. Because even if we were put in a position, say, as a response or result of a crisis, for instance, say, like, we give a good example, during the scamdemic, everybody was inside, people was using Zoom, and possibly they could put us in a SPARS 2025 scenario where, hey, we get back into one of these stupid scamdemic quarantine situations, and hey, guess what? The metaverse has a pro version up, and you work and shop and do this stuff in the metaverse. I still think at that point, the older generations are going to be like, listen, man, this is just too much. I got a headache, feeling kind of woozy and dizzy. I just feel weird. You know what I'm saying? I can't be doing this stuff all day. We're going to get out and figure out how to survive, right? Because that's what we know. That's what we know. I didn't have internet until I was like a senior in high school. Well, that's not true. Actually, I had internet. I had AIM in like 10th grade, but not till my senior year was the internet like a thing everyone was using. And even at that time, all we could really do was instant messenger and like listen to music in certain areas. There was hardly any websites. It's like 1997. So it's very easy to go back. It's not hard for some of us. And there's a lot of us here. Baby boomers, generation above mine. Large population. Very influential politically, socially, culturally, economically, financially. I mean, they own most of the real estate. Hence what we've been seeing over the past few years. But that's another story. Coordination between public and private sectors. It's not there yet. Inefficient use of energy sources. It's still unsustainable. Blockchain's unsustainable. Man, I try to pull this clip. I'm going to show it to you guys another time. I have a clip of an academic who's going in on these smart cities, and he presents with plenty of evidence. We don't have nowhere near the energy and infrastructure and capacity to even run a medium scale smart city. So, I mean, we're just not there yet, man. And that's an optimistic aspect of this all. We have plenty of time to coordinate, to have children, to build families, to strengthen our communities, to kind of slow down our lives a little bit, mix in a little old tech, low tech living. We have time. Now, again, time's not on our side. Never is, never was. But there's some optimism here, I would say, for sure. Definitely. Now, back to the clip about the Anthropocene, and she was going through all the problems, like the main problems. Oh, there's another one before we go there. Another one of these smart cities. I got to provide receipts, evidence. I want to support my claims, and plus I want to give you guys history. I want to give you things to sink your teeth in, actual real things that are happening. Right. So there's the doggone city. Doggone city sounds like something my grandma would say. The doggone city, the Dogen or Dojin, however you pronounce it. This is a Japanese smart city. It's a medical facility more than anything, but it's on the water. A smart healthcare city on the ocean. Doggone city. Now this is in Japanese, so only my Japanese listeners are going to understand this. I'm going to try to read along. Cities are places. Oh no! I'm sorry, y'all. I got this all sped up. I just have to watch everything like super sped up just based on time. I mean, I watch so many clips. It's this work is not easy work. Trust me. Cities are places where people can live in stability. However, unconventional solutions are required for urban development. In an era of climate change and population growth, failure to adapt to climate change will devastate humanity and other living organisms. Failure to adapt to climate change will devastate humanity and other living systems. How will we adapt? Our answer is the ocean. And this is Japanese, so they're brilliant. I mean, you want to talk about engineers and the creativity with engineering? Amazing. It's just amazing. About 67% of the world's cities are along coastal rivers. Rising sea levels and flooding will endanger large cities and factories, data centers and power plants. On the other hand, some civilizations and regions have adapted to flooding, and we have looked to the ocean as a new habitat zone. And we have looked to the ocean. Oh, I'm sorry for that. Reminds of Water World. We have developed a plan for a maritime city that integrates the past, the present, and the future. It is the Doggin City, the floating smart healthcare center. Whew, goodness gracious, imagine a pandemic there. Doggin City is a floating city for adapting to climate change. It will be an intelligent healthcare city, integrating healthcare, DX, environmental improvement, autonomous floating architecture. Whew, resource circulation, sustainable energy, and data architecture. Doggin City consists of 3 infrastructure products. The first is a ring, a product to realize habitat zones. It incorporates lifelines such as water, sewage, energy, and data cables. So again, it's the same kind of concept, right? The centralization of techno life. Now, again, this is Japan. So if it's going to happen anywhere successfully, Japan is definitely one of the spots, right? I mean, collective society, honor society, right? Honor culture. So it will be peaceful. There will be respect. There will be safety and security just based on the collective behavior alone. So I'm going to tell you, something like this will succeed in a place like Japan. But again, think about Japan. It's a small country, not a very large population, orderly already. So you got everything lined up as well. It's a technocratic society. So something like this could succeed and be very successful, extremely successful, right? But again, this can't be said for everywhere. So a lot of the success had in the technocratic development, say smart cities as an example, will be regional, ethnocentric. You ain't having diversity in one of these places. Imagine putting San Francisco on a damn boat in the ocean like this. Could you imagine? Could you even imagine the hellscape that would be? I ain't worried about it. Man is fallen. We know man's nature. And no way this stuff is going to succeed in certain areas. We're not going to go into that too far. Yeah, so back to that one clip, Anthropocene, where she was talking about, the 3 major factors. Technology, industrialized technology, empire, I put industrialization of agriculture, big food, and urbanization. She's like, these are the problems, as if we had anything to do with any of that. I've here been basically got big oil, big food, and urbanization, now digital urbanization. Okay. So big oil, chemical-based energy, empire, I put really, actually, where's that at? No, that's cool. Really what we're dealing with here is, if we're going to talk about big oil, if we're going to talk about energy, industrialization, we have empire, international empire, war, and centralization of economies and natural resources. None of that was done by normal everyday people like us. Okay? Certain small, isolated, elitist groups and organizations in their systems of technology were used. Not the human species. Let's get it straight here. Okay? We want to get right through the lies. Industrialization of agriculture. That's big food. Big ag now. Ag tech industry. Not human species. But certain human beings with certain technology, certain power, certain elite status and influence on Earth. Urbanizations. Oh, big cities and urban, all this urbanization. No, it's called urban renewal. What happened in the 50s when they uprooted all the ethnic communities and they forced integration, taking people from all over the world of all different ethnicities and belief systems and shoved them together? What happened then? What about the development of all the freeway systems that displaced thousands, if not millions, of developing cultures and families and communities? All for what? And we could go even before that with the implementation of the railroad system. All for industry and empire. Successful through war and pursuit of centralization of human behavior, economies, and natural resources. Not humans, natural, normal people like us had nothing to do with any of this. You want to convince us otherwise. Urbanization. No, let's talk about cities. Major city skyscrapers. Oh. Projects. Urban project developments. Urban renewal of the civil rights era and prior. But that's on us, right? Okay. But it was for us, right? It was for our own good. We had to stop the big bad racism. All right. See how successful that was. 2023, people can't even go on a boat trip, hitting people in the head with folding chairs and stuff. It's WWE up in this mess. Anyhow, destruction of people group culture, ways of life, progressive policy and worldview. Progressive policy and progressive worldview. That's what got us here. It definitely wasn't the Christian worldview. We ain't had a Christian in office. I don't think we ever did. We had a bunch of fake Christians, a bunch of pseudo-nominal Christians, claiming truth, but supporting empire, war, centralization, progress, progressive ideals. Paternalism, planned economies and planned societies. What do we, the human species, general populations, normal Joes and Susans, have to do with paternalism, state paternalism, technocracy that has existed since the early 1900s? Planned economies and planned societies. Are we planning anything? Yeah, y'all want us to believe that it's human species' fault. Hence, the Anthropocene must be deconstructed. Sorry for y'all. Some of us know the post-human agenda. Some of us read a little bit. Some of us been doing this for years. It's always been about controlling mobility, managing behavior, and farming human capital. Now, it's much easier because they have the tools. Hence the push towards blockchain, under the guise of sustainability, under the guise of climate change. And now the pyrocene. Oh no, fires, as if y'all ain't starting them damn things on your own. Just like you started the scamdemic on your own. Some of us know a little bit, Interesting times. So, prayers to everyone in Hawaii for sure. It does look like there's some foul play, obviously, from my perspective. And could we see maybe some, early smart city infrastructural projects in Maui? Possibly, and possibly not. But regardless, I do know for a fact that this is the direction they're trying to push things. And I hope I presented enough evidence to at least suggest that it's not a good idea, and it's not very likely that success will be the conclusion to it all. Problem is, through the process, who's going to pay? Who's going to deal with the fallout? Us. We. The people. Yes, we the people. Well, that looks like we finished it up for the night, huh? I think we got through it all. I think we did. Thank you all for joining. Peace and blessings to the chat. Shout out to the mods, man. Yes, we got the members after party right after this. I got it pulled up right here. I can look and see right now. So if you're in the locals or Patreon, as soon as we finish up here, I'm firing up that members after party. We're just gonna chill, talk a little bit. Good times as always. Good meat. Thank you. I appreciate you, Ani. Jaja, you like that? Yeah, man. I try my best. Yeah, we had a Freestyle Friday last night on the music channel for those that were there checking it out. Appreciate you guys. And no, we have not forgot about the health channel. I'm just haven't been satisfied with my productions. But I'm about to drop one. I'm actually going to be leaving town next week for a couple weeks, but I will still be posting out some premieres. But we're going to have episode 80 this Saturday coming up. But the following 2 Saturdays, I'm going to be out of town with family. So I will have some projects premiering, some new projects I want to show you guys. So don't think the show went anywhere. It's going to be gone for a couple weeks, but we will still have content up. And then first week of September, I'll be back. We'll be right back to the regular scheduled lives. But again, this coming Saturday, we will be, I believe it's the 19th? Yeah, we'll be live, episode 80. So I appreciate you. I love you all. Peace and blessings. I want to end the show as always by saying all praises to the Most High God. In Jesus' name, amen and shalom.
Do you like having a P.O. box but are tired of wasting time and money driving to the post office? At iPostal One, we can help. With iPostal One, you can get a real physical street mailing address that's better than a P.O. box for as little as $9.99 a month. Choose an address from thousands in our network. We receive your mail and packages from any carrier, and you can view and manage them through our app or online. This allows you to check your mail from the comfort of your home or anywhere else 24/7. You can easily forward, scan mail content, discard, or even pick up mail on demand. And unlike a P.O. box, you can use your iPostal One address with your business registration. Stop wasting time driving to the post office. Get a digital mailbox from ipostal1.com today.
Welcome back. We continue tracking Tropical Storm Hillary as it lashes Southern California with heavy rain. Both California and Nevada under states of emergency tonight, with forecasters warning of the potential for catastrophic flooding. The storm has already caused one death in Mexico, and Hillary is now the first tropical storm to hit California in more than 25 years. More than 42 million Americans under tropical storm warnings as Hillary moves north. The heavy rainfall causing flooding in many areas.
Stay safe, stay informed, and stay home. The worst of the rains is potentially left to come.
The storm made landfall in Baja California, Mexico Sunday. Video shows flooded streets. The water moving swiftly through the town of Santa Rosalia, Mexico. In Los Angeles, several lanes of the 101 freeway near Sherman Oaks flooded.
Some people, like this truck driver, even taking chances and just roaming right through the floodwaters.
The slick roads making driving very dangerous, leading to crashes. Ahead of the storm, authorities urging people on Catalina Island to evacuate. Multiple flash flood warnings in effect across the area.
Continues to come down here in Cathedral City. These tropical rains in these desert towns just don't match.
ABC's Oreen Shaw is in Palm Springs, where they're also seeing flooding.
The soil here in Palm Springs and its desert southwest does not absorb water very well, so extreme rainfall events like this, dangerous flash flooding, can develop even faster, sending massive amounts of rain and debris flowing.
Many people prepared, filling sandbags and stocking up on supplies.
Hoping for the best, but preparing for the worst.
Crews have built large sand berms along the beach to protect the coast from massive waves, though some people are hoping to take advantage of the high surf. And then in the midst of the storm, these lights swaying as Los Angeles was hit with a 5.1 earthquake.
Chief, I'm really sorry to interrupt you right now. Our studio is shaking right now, so not only are we dealing with a tropical storm, but it appears we're now dealing with an earthquake.
This is the first time we've had a magnitude 5 since 1932 in exactly this location.
There were no reports of any damage or injuries from the quake. Experts say it's not related to the severe weather. And the storm's impacts go far beyond Southern California. Today, major travel disruptions at Sacramento International. Many flights headed to SoCal, Vegas, or Phoenix delayed or canceled. According to flight tracking software FlightAware, 27 flights were canceled. In all, 26 of those were Southwest flights. We spoke to one customer who rebooked just to get the same fate.
I was, worried that my flight would be canceled. I actually rescheduled it once, but it turned out that the storm accelerated, and what I rescheduled it for was actually a worse time.
And we continue to follow this. 2 more flights were canceled in the last 90 minutes. One from Ontario, another from San Diego. Speaking of San Diego, we're taking a live look right now over San Diego Harbor, and we understand that the Navy actually removed some of the warships from the harbor to help protect them from the heavy rains and the waves and all of the impacts from now Tropical Storm Hillary.
Wasn't quite fair to that. Probably workers. Yeah, shout out to the workers. That's right, Roy. You know, just the fact that society allows these commies to go to university, run up a bunch of debt, by the way, more or less go to college for free, right? As long as they're willing to maybe have their fucking finances be wrecked for the rest of their lives, but and get these degrees and then go and you know, perform no labor, right, to really not contribute to society. You know, when America talks about productivity and all this, and then also a lot of them go into jobs educating your children or staffing fucking, you know, child protective services and, you know, all these various mechanisms, right? It's fucked up, man. I mean, it really is. Think about it. Thanks, Sunshine Time. I guess I said more funny stuff. This is why I'm not able to be a comedian, because I don't ever know. Now, I say shit and people laugh sometimes, but I have no idea beforehand that that's about to be funny. Anyway, what's happening, Capricorn? Yeah, good to see you. Got about 20 minutes till the Wally World opens. I guess we'll probably be shutting down then, although you never know. If I'm really feeling froggy, and I did not realize that phrase was not fully understood. It must be a colloquialism. Feeling froggy is just a general aggression. Just it's like, yeah, he probably, you know, if you poke the bear, he probably will handle it affably. But you never know. If he's feeling froggy, you might find you stepped into a dangerous situation, something like that, right? Feeling froggy. Here we are at the Wally World. What I contend is the most highly surveilled public space in the country. You know, in my view, and I do believe it is operating as some form of psychological experiment and psychological programming. The bizarre shit that happens to me in these stores sometimes, the bizarre encounters that I have, it leads me to think it has to be some version of fucking Milgram or whatever. You know, some of those things that Yurt elucidates in his live streams at the level of the conditioning of the public and the masses. Agreed. Most man haters shout men down from a shelter built. I mean, well, of course, yeah, exactly. Of course they do. Well, just go to a job site sometime and say, look at all these women being oppressed by not being allowed access to these lucrative construction jobs. Just say shit like that, and then that's the kind of things I do sometimes. But I say it deadpan like I'm serious. And just by saying it deadpan like I'm serious, some people are just like, oh yeah, that's right. It's funny how that sometimes I like to say, yeah, man, if to somebody who's trying to, you know, go MAGA, trying to take the conversation MAGA, and I'm like, oh yeah, if only the Republicans could defeat those pesky Democrats, you know, everything would be wonderful and we'd be living in utopia. Like, sometimes they think I'm serious when I say that. Well, okay, buddy. And then that's my signal to get the F up out. Because dude, I don't have a dog in the hunt. I'll just absolutely blow smoke up these people's asses. I'll just pretend, you know, oh, FJB or whatever, you know. I don't give a fuck. It's to my best interest. Fuck these motherfuckers, man. Wally World. Friggin' Wally World. And then it's self-checkout, but they won't leave me alone. It's like, can I just check out by myself? It's not self-checkout if you come over here and bother me, ma'am. It's like team checkout. Are the police not just one big Stanford prison experiment? Yeah, I suppose that's true, you know, to some extent. Hey, look, a newspaper. How quaint. Did they get the paper delivered to the front door of the Supercenter? I had no idea. Huh. I like this guy. This guy's looking at me funny in here. I'm getting the masker is aggressively looking in my direction. He's leaving now though. Of course, you know, I challenged Highly Suspect a little bit. I said, well, if they got a mask on, how do you really know they're giving you a certain look? And they seem to be aggressively staring at me. whatever. It ain't about him. Nothing wrong with conservatism, just that real Yeah, there you go. I see what you did there, Woody. Yeah, just that real conservatism has never been tried. Indeed, sir. Maybe one of these days we or they will get it right. Surely all of the problems exist solely as a result of the incorrect application of logic, and just if the people would only actually figure it out and do the things properly, right? That whole thing's a logical fallacy. It's funny how most folks seem to operate in part on some version of that reasoning. Not that they even are acting on reason anymore. And then just me walking around with what people are going to perceive as a camera, even though I don't know if you guys can see my reflection, this setup. But you know, my thing is, like, when I see somebody walking around holding some sort of equipment, and then I know they're recording, I would never just leap to some kind of conclusion about what they. I would want to just observe and sort of at least try to be like, okay, well, maybe they're doing this, maybe they're doing that, versus just, you can't record me without my permission, that so many people seem to believe. Why do people believe that, by the way? That's a bizarre one to me. Do they just really mean, hey, I don't like you recording me and I've decided that you're not allowed to? Is that what they mean? Or do they really think that it's somehow I don't have the ability to record people? I don't know, it's bizarre. Some of them promise to be good controllers, but they mean to control. Well, yeah, of course. And, you know, Passio, and I'm certainly no fan of his overall as far as the human, but Passio's talked about that. He's been very critical of the right, or the conservatives, so-called conservatives, where he said, you know, they act like they want to fix the system, but they just want to get power, a monopoly on power, so they can wield power in their own way. It's authoritarianism. That's what they want, see. And certainly Republicans have never done anything to help the masses of people, just like the Democrats. The same fucking thing. And so, which leads me to believe that they are never going to do so. It's just never going to happen. It cannot happen, clearly. And if it does happen, it will only be in a way to further bolster and reinforce the system itself, as we know. And I need to come here in the daytime. Do they actually use this thing? Because that barrier, that could be moved. You know, those are just plastic. So. Or is this just something they built as a, you know, just Walmart does some shit like this where they just build some shit and try it out, and then, you know, it may or may not ever actually go into effect, you know, on a larger scale. So I don't know, it's probably going to be too fucking hot, but at some point I probably should come investigate and see, do they actually use this thing? It doesn't look like it, but it's hard to tell. And then there's still porta potties over here. So was this built like recently? I don't know. Good question. Walmart, Arkansas, definitely a good place to get the inside scoop on Walmart. Everything they try it in Arkansas first, for whatever reason. Probably because that's where the headquarters are. I'm sure Walmart can pretty much do whatever the fuck it wants in this state, I'm assuming. Oklahoma as well, probably. That's where the Waltons, I believe most of the Waltons are Oklahoma residents, from my understanding. People think you need to get permission to film them from the show Cops. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, they needed you to sign a release to show the interaction. Well, but if the person got convicted of the crime, see, then they did not have to have the release. But yeah, generally speaking, you know, they obviously did that. But again, now we can just get back to liability and lawyers and insurance, right? So obviously that has nothing to do with what I'm doing, because I can do this without having to purchase insurance. I'm not worried about the liability. So it's just not my concern. But yeah, you're absolutely right. That makes total sense. It made people think, yeah, like almost like a candid camera type of thing. Yeah, it's a good point. It's a very good point. Very good point, sir. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing over here, because now I'm realizing that that's like a construction, that trailer, that's, you know, construction companies usually do that. That's like where the management, whoever's managing the project or whatever. Who knows, man? Hard to say. Of course, Walmart might have done that. Brought this thing down here. Quite strange. Yeah, any oil spots? Yeah, I wasn't smart enough to look, but I don't think so. It's blacktop, but yeah, I'll go back. Maybe we'll go back through there and look. I'm not sure, but yeah, smart thinking. I'm thinking maybe that's been constructed, and just whoever's managing the rollout or whatever, it's just not time yet, maybe, for to roll out the experiment or whatever we're doing. I don't know. Is Z live? I guess Z's live now. So yeah, go check out Zetetic Warrior if y'all are inclined. I'm assuming Z's live. He likes to do that musical interlude, so he's probably actually talking by now. So let him know I'm not trying to go up against him, but especially since I need to get my since I need to go in here and shop at 6. It's just the way she worked out. And then Paul, I didn't know what was going on yesterday with Mr. Unslaved, if he was just waiting for me to wrap up, but then I'm happy to wrap up. I could have wrapped up 3 hours before I did, but then I'm also like, well, I don't want to wrap up if I still have shit to say, and then maybe he doesn't go live for another 3 hours anyway, right? Not that it really matters. It's more of just an audience thing, I think, really, realistically, to sort of not put the audience in the position of like, well, we kind of really want to hear what Benton's saying, but then if Benton would end his live, we'd all be over at Paul's. I mean, there's a dynamic of that, right? And then, Paul can crank up what he's doing and just take everybody's viewers, with some exceptions, obviously, but I'm aware of that also. Yeah, Woody's, I don't know what Woody's up to. I know he's in Australia, so maybe he's not, I don't know. I have no idea, actually. I can't speak for Woody, but I always get a good feeling seeing Woody around. And that's what I was trying to tell O'Shea yesterday. I said, some of these folks actually, were podcast fans, right? It's not just, the whatever YouTube streets we're in. But some of these folks have been around for a minute, sir. But it's funny. It's like the Yuri Bezmenov saying, you could take an American to the Soviet gulags and show them what happened and say, hey, this is happening here. And he said they'll still never truly believe it until the boot crashes their balls. It's kind of the same thing with some of my past activities. It just doesn't really exist for people. And the fact that I have the episodes and can play the back content, it just seems to be a nothing burger for whatever reason. Yeah, laying low, catching replays. I love that about you, Woody. Yeah, look at this thing. We got a big generator back here too. Not exactly sure what Walmart's up to. Something. We could probably do something damage with that. I don't mean like nefariously, but check this thing out. What does that thing cost? A piece of equipment. Ah, God. StreamYard makes it such a pain in the ass to turn the camera around. I don't want to do it. Diesel fuel. Yep. I guess that's just their generator, backup generator. One of them for the store, I guess. I think they have permanent ones too, though. I'm pretty sure. I'm assuming there's like underground tanks and shit here. Right? It's got to be. I hear some trucks being unloaded. Maybe that's the Mountain Dew man unloading his own truck. Probably is. Yeah, I bet these local guys, I bet they probably do their own, right? I don't know. Good question. Oh, goodness gracious. Morning. It's pointed at me. Oh. Yeah, have a good day. I don't think he cared either way. There's somebody back here recording at the Walmart. Oh, you mean all the things that I can more or less see on Google Maps? Okay, Google Street View. Yeah, I'm down here in the flesh where people can fucking identify me. Oh, on facial recognition, most likely. Yeah, I'm down here, up to no good. Moron. Not him, just in general. Woody, someone made the observation that the average man can read a newspaper article concerning a subject on which he is an expert, notice the lies, and yet trust the next thing he reads outside his field. Boy, that's, yeah, now see, I'm wondering if, do I fall victim to that at various times? But yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Woody. It's sort of like people that want me to go to doctors. It's like, okay, we all know how horrible this thing is. We all somehow know how horrible the medical system is, but now people want me to go to the medical system. Like, what is this? Great. Yeah, no touch freight. Yeah, I've unloaded a truck here and there, but most of long haul obviously is no touch. And I would like to see more collaboration in general. You know, if I am doing these walk and talks certain days of the week, and then Z goes live, you know, why not have a 5-minute segment of me while I'm doing my live stream, right? There's all kind of things can be done. And I may very well be co-hosting one of his shows at some point in the near future, although he has not emailed me. I do find it bizarre when people, not that I need him to follow my instructions. It's not a power game. It's just, I do find it strange when, and maybe I'm old fashioned, but email is undefeated, y'all, as far as I'm concerned. Like nothing has eclipsed email. It's the best way to communicate in my view, in some ways. It's the best in certain applications. And it just seems like a lot of folks just don't want to use email for whatever reason. I don't understand it. I don't get it. Seems like just a default way to get somebody a message. Maybe I'm wrong. And I'm not going to be on, like when I played the Drudge interview from, I thought it was 2008. I guess it was 2015. Whenever that was. I don't even want to sit on. I'm trying to sit on something. I don't even want to sit on that. Yeah, there you go. Well, and it's not even, I don't get phone calls or texts for the most part. So I'm not going to meet a bunch of people online and then now we're texting each other, because I can do that with email, and I don't want a bunch of texts hitting my phone because I don't have people that text me and call me generally. So it's unusual for me to even get a phone call in most cases. Now, obviously, I text with my family to some extent and talk on the phone here and there, but I'm not a person like a normal person is getting texts and phone calls on a daily basis, I'm assuming. I can go a whole week and, you know, fucking radio silence at times. So I don't want, even though I meet somebody like Zetetic Warrior, and maybe we're going to work together, I don't want to do all that through my phone. But I'm using email on my phone some of the time, but then I can also, you know, it's not fully tied to the phone, I guess. I do reject high level of usage of the phone on some level, even as I have one and I'm talking to you through one right now, right? So we're already far away from embodying, you know, not being a phone person. I guess when I say that, it's in comparison to the Gen Pop, who don't seem to be able to do much of anything without a phone, right? And then there's another phenomenon where people want to park wherever I'm standing. Like wherever I am on the lot becomes, and I understand this is probably an employee and he parks on this side anyway, but the specific spot I'm standing in, I can just feel it, like they want to park there for some reason. Like, why is that? There's lots of parking spots. And yeah, one or the other maybe this is shaded. I don't know. Maybe I'm standing in what's going to be a shaded spot. At which case, if it was me, I would just be like, hey man, I need to park there because that's where the shade's going to be later. Which makes sense, right? I don't know. It's all quite strange. I would sit in the grass. I'm wondering if the ants are going to get me though. I think they might. Yeah, watch Z on the replay. There you go. Well, and some of the time on these walk and talks, I ain't really doing anything anyway. So from my perspective, it's like, yeah, okay, I'm live at the same time, but it's just how much of this is actually nontent, you know, in a way. Woody asking Mr. Benton, he says, if I experience a transformation in my health, would you remain the celibate monk? Yeah, I think so. I think that's pretty sure that's all unrelated to the illness. I think once I split from number 2 fully, yeah, I'm pretty sure, Woody. It's hard to say. Almost certain, correct. Almost certain. And thanks for asking. Yeah. And health stuff, I don't know, man. I've been so shot out of a cannon my whole life and just go, go, go. And although combined with some homebodiness, and I let the first wife fatten me up in my 20s, mid-20s. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Interesting. I don't know that I would. The health stuff's complicated. Quite a complicated topic. What's up, Mr. Me? Good to see you, sir. As always. See, something happened, Woody, where I've just more or less, it seems I've had my fill of the sexual Olympics, as I like to refer to it. So, 'cause I did turn it into a sport on some level, at least for myself. And yeah, I mean, do I really need to keep doing that, right? And we can talk about, deeper levels of connection and all of this, but, from speaking only for myself, that, I'm not doing, my being drawn to those activities was not out of desire for intimacy or connection with another human. I mean, let's call it what it is, and it certainly was not that. Although, did that happen? Yeah, of course, to some extent, in various ways, certainly. That wasn't the point, for me anyway. Well, in an email, it does seem to have an element of one can just not respond, and it may not be that rude, right, necessarily, or not respond right away, versus texting, I feel like is more of a kind of a, people tend to read more into the communications, I think, and like the speed of the communications and all of that. And then just eventually somebody's got to be the one not to reply, because like I used to tell my second wife, you send a text, you get a check. She thinks she's wrapping up some conversation. I said, look, somebody's got to be the one to just quit texting, because if you send them a text, they are going to send you a text back. And I could see her frustration. She's wanting to get off of this thing. I said, you send a text, you get a text. Just stop. Let it die, right? Stop the insanity. Praise God, aka Serenity Now. Jack Talcott's, George Costanza's dad from Seinfeld, Mr. Costanza. Serenity Now. Oh man. All right, hold up. We're gonna drink some more water here. Put y'all on the ground. Nobody puts baby in a corner, but Benton might put the live stream on the ground. Uh-oh. Sorry about that. You fell over. You rotated. Now we're crotch shots. Definitely going to need some kind of tripod anyway. What was it? This is my old beat up backpack. I got this with my, I think my Love's points actually. I had Love's at one point. I worked for a company that fueled at Love's. It's not bad for a piece of shit. It held up for a piece of garbage anyway. Coors Light. Serenity now, insanity later, Lloyd Braun. Yeah, shout out to Lloyd, the underrated Lloyd Braun. And then, O'Shea, man, wanting to make jokes about me. Oh, well, that must be your favorite Sopranos character, the fucking gay guy. No, it's even worse. It's usually a female, for God's sake. Not always. I mean, I do strongly identify with male protagonists also, but in a lot of these dramas, and it's realistically, it's Tony Soprano. I mean, let's not be that, of course. But yeah, Mad Men. I'm a Peggy guy. Yeah, I like the Don Draper character clearly. But Mad Men, I might be going Carmela or Meadow even. But yeah, it's realistically, it's then Adriana, right? A lot of interesting female characters, certainly. Certainly a lot of interesting female characters. Yeah, that guy's on meth probably. It's a fucking epidemic, man. Effectively, the large swaths of the adult population either on actual meth or Adderall. I can spot it immediately in their behavior. Oh yeah, the gossip. Yeah, gossip is becoming a big thing. I do my best to steer clear of it, but I'm sure I engage in it from time to time. But I do my best to steer around it. The drama, though, that's a little different thing. That's not the drama. Is not. Oh, Truth or Cop. Yeah, I didn't get to see that. I listened to some of it as the THCO was putting me to sleep. So I listened to some of it, but I fell asleep. So I don't think I got into the actual. Maybe we'll cover that later, although probably not. So, like I intend to cover some of these things, and then I just never do. It seems. 13 more minutes. Sopranos favorite series? Awesome Sunshine Time. I liked it a lot. Mad Men overall is my favorite. Although Oz, in some ways, I've talked about, that was the original. That was the first series in that format. Some people are not aware of that, and in some ways, it's never been beaten, in my view. In some ways, I think Mad Men's the best overall. I was a big Breaking Bad guy, also, and I don't watch a lot of these series anymore. I actually watched Better Call Saul. It was okay. It was pretty good overall, I would say. Is there any interesting female thinkers, though? I don't know. That's a good question, Woody. I'm sure there are, actually. Are we accessing them? I'm sure there are. There have to be. There was a time when he would read Ayn Rand. I can't ever say her name right. I just say Ayn Rand, and listen to Amy Winehouse. Yeah, Amy Winehouse. That's a big one, I think, when underappreciated, even by me. I need to go back and. Did she do some spoken word and writing, or are we talking about just her actual music? I need to look more into that. Amy Winehouse certainly caught my attention in various ways. I myself have never done a deep dive on Amy Winehouse, but perhaps Paul double streamed. Yeah, and it probably worked out. I'm sure Paul wanted to go live and cover Truth or Cop, so I probably, in fact, ended my stream at the perfect time in retrospect. And I would like to do some version of my normal live stream, but then while realizing, in some cases, the end of my show just becomes the Paul Enslaved pre-show or the lead-in in some ways. I wouldn't mind having greater levels of communication where it's almost like to let Paul sort of, in some way, dictate, the end of my stream based on the lead into his stream and what he's, the mood he's trying to come in with and all that. And I think that would only help both of us in the long run. So, yeah, 3 hours. Yeah. Well, and he'll do the longer stuff too, right? But, and I think that's what a lot of people miss about Paul is he's seemingly always working on his skills, and he's improving over time, noticeably. So he knows what the fuck he's doing in a lot of ways. Whereas Benton is a little more flying by the seat of his pants and just, almost like a Mr. Magoo, like just stumbling around, but then somehow ending up in a good situation much of the time. The Mr. Magoo analogy, not a good analogy, but not a proper analogy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm more likely to go back and actually try to watch a replay if it's shorter, for sure. But between me being the content I want to see in the meta and just all of the things happening, I'm getting to where I'm not. And then I don't know if I've just broken my algorithm on YouTube. I deleted my watch history, or my actual history, this morning, and I'm doing a purge of all my subscriptions. And then I had probably 25% of my subscriptions was when I was just fucking blind ass, in a blackout drunk, right? So some of the stuff I'm like, what even is this, And then a lot of Howard Stern, Opie and Anthony channels, where it was like a Minecraft channel or some kind of Korean channel, fucking whatever they call their popular music, some kind of young person had a channel, and then I guess it got taken over by somebody who started posting fucking old Howard Stern clips. So I've unsubscribed from a lot of that stuff. So, but then in the process of figuring out which one to unsubscribe to, I've been going to my subscriptions and then just opening their, right click, open a new tab, like their videos tab. And I think that's going to be the way to find content on YouTube, or one of the ways, because I'm noticing in the last week or so, I'm just like, the content is not just presenting itself to me anymore for whatever reason. So clearly, I'm going to need to go find the content. I already found a video that I don't think I would have found if I hadn't just been looking through my subscriptions. And I don't mean the subscriptions page. I mean like going to the actual channel and looking at their recent videos. I found one that I emailed to Yurt that ties in with something he's been covering, and it was released in like the last 17 hours, So I have things I need to catch up on too, right? So at what point do I just excuse myself for 3 or 4 days in a row and batten down the hatches? Probably not going to happen, but yeah, I agree, man. It is Music Called the Secret, where Paul's getting worn out to some extent. And, if I can relate, I just think about myself at his age. I had a perception that I had these unlimited energies and all these things, and I could just, batter my way through just about anything with brute force. And Paul does seem to be able to do that to some extent, but it also seems I think the ants are already crawling on me. But yeah, dude, hey, I gotta watch out, or it's gonna be fucking ant bite central. It's probably already happening. Yeah, I think they found me. Hang on, I gotta at least move away from them. Starting to itch on my ankles. And I wear these diabetes socks, I call them, you know, for my circulation. So it's not like I can really even fucking sock coming all the way up my calves. I can't even fucking really do anything about it. So yeah, ants eating me alive. Probably gonna have to go over here and take my socks and shoes off. Fun times. For some reason I chose to stand by a tree with a bunch of ants at the bottom of it. Way to go, Benton. Good job, Bubba. Good job, Bubba. All right. Then it's just, oh, maybe it's psychosomatic. Maybe I just decided to start itching because I'm thinking about ants, right? That happens sometimes. I don't see any, but I gotta buy a friggin' flash. Yeah, psychosomatic, perhaps. I do have sensitive skin. Maybe I just there's something over there my skin wasn't liking. Yeah, I guess the ants haven't gotten us yet. Freaking diabetes sucks. They work though. Once I started wearing these, I used to get drowsy and have to take naps even in the daytime sometimes, truck driving and during my driving shift. And that shit ended once I started wearing these diabetes socks. Never had a problem with drowsiness ever again driving a truck. Something to that. Getting the circulation to the lower extremities or something about that. I guess I'll try it since I'm probably only getting one item in and out. I may very well just take y'all in there and then talk us back to the hovel and then shut it down. Although you know me, I may just keep going. Who the hell knows? And then was yesterday the last day of the THCO before I do a tolerance break, or do I just keep blazing today? That's a good question. I kind of want to go through these vapes in some fashion because you never know when I might just cut it off entirely. And still, you know, I'm still subject to thinking I can go back to truck driving. And at this point, if I could pass a drug test, I could just go work for somebody for a month or two and, you know, sort of game the system and get some paychecks going. Although since the last job was they were paying me all my pay on a 1099, that 3 weeks ended up being right at $500 especially since they sent me my my per diem. So in 3 weeks, I got $5,000. Which again, the IRS, I'm assuming, is going to expect their cut eventually, but not anytime soon. You know, who even knows how much longer Earl Benton's going to be around? Not trying to be morbid, but anyway. What he says was the time I would subscribe to anybody recommended by a creator I liked. Somewhere along the line, I became annoyed by the presence of videos in my feed that I would never watch. Yeah, that's happening to me, man. And I'm just watch listing things that I never actually watch. And I'm aware it's a bizarre dynamic in some ways. Certainly. Fire ants. Oh, how they figured out how to kill them. Good to see you, Jeremy, by the way. Oh, musical is a secret. 2 ribeyes on the grill. My man. Yeah, I got my stew to go back to. Man, something about that, though, that, like I talked about before with the testosterone and my appetite. And I actually got pretty fucking hungry last night, although I'm sure the THCO also is that's part of it as well, right? The munchies, you know. Like, I'm not hungry at all right now. But I was freaking starving last night. And I don't like to go places when I get that baked. I can, but prefer not to. And the grocery store I'm trying to replace Walmart with, to some extent, no prepackaged hard-boiled eggs, which is probably a good thing, right? Who even knows that this is probably not even real eggs I'm eating, but we'll get around to that. And 6 egg yolks a day I've been able to tolerate, so maybe I can ramp it up to a dozen. Not all at once, clearly. Oh, dude, Texas, insane. At a certain point, I was down near Beaumont, general vicinity of Beaumont, Texas, and I was when I'm hitchhiking, sometimes I just end up walking long distances, which I enjoy. But, you know, in the Texas heat one time, and I need to stop every so often. So if anybody that may not have gone on long walks like that, in order to take care of one's feet, one must stop on a regular basis and take their fucking shoes and socks off and either put on dry socks or sit there long enough to at least let the socks dry a little bit. That has to be done. Period. There wasn't anywhere I could stop, because anywhere I stopped, the fire ants were so bad they would just immediately be on top of me. It was just like, oh well, need to stop, can't stop. It was like just hours of that at a certain point. Yeah, the fire ants are no fucking joke in Texas, man. Certain places are just everywhere, all the time. No, there's no escape. Well, fasting may be the number one way to fight that thing, Jeremy A. Of course, you know, in some ways I've beaten it, meaning that, you know, I'm in a state where, you know, a normal person would be living a lifestyle where they would have to make a lot of lifestyle changes just to get to where I am now, right? In a way, I'm kind of already beaten the thing, if that's even what I have, you know. Well, I guess we're gonna go into Walmart and see if they tell me I can't do a live stream looking at myself and talking to y'all. How's that any different than walking in here with my friend and talking to them, by the way? We'll see. And people think I'm recording them. It's like, no, I'm looking at myself. There's a mirror on some level. I'm walking around looking at myself in the mirror. Hey, there go a plane. I probably can't see it. No, wasn't able to capture, but there goes probably a military plane. We are near a military base here. How am I always near military bases? For the most part. I don't know. Fort, whatever they call this. I forget the name of it. Fort something or other. Yeah, I think a few got on me. I'm pretty sure I just picked one off my neck. Still tripping out on that newspaper at the front door of the super center. I don't think I've ever seen that. Man, I ought to grab me that other store I've been going to has way better mini watermelons too. I'm not even going to mess with these, I don't think. Razorback here. Y'all didn't know I was a speed walker, did you? Dodging people. Where's my eggs? I forget where half the shit I buy even is. Oh yeah, here we go. I'm gonna grab like 3 of them. Maybe I won't have to come back here. Yeah. Maybe this will keep the self-checkout people away from me for a change. Turbo mode activated. I think I need tuna also. Where's the money? There's the money. There you go, Woody. Good stuff. Appreciate y'all's patience. Dropped a quarter. All right. All right, we're out of here. Lady in a mask, by the way, that we passed. Not pictured on the stream, but yeah, lady on lady in a mask. All right, let me put this in the backpack. No reason to carry this in my hand. My eggs. Oh, I don't trust them either, bro. I'm just doing. What I got to do out of necessity. It's yeah, I don't trust it either, but I'm going to eat it, you know. The reality is virtually everybody in these streets is putting something in their body at some point that they know is a fucking pile of garbage, right? But there's no doubt that my fucking hormone levels have increased since I started eating these prepackaged hard-boiled eggs. So I agree with you, man. I don't trust them either, but I'm eating them. So yeah, pretty sure I'm going to be cooking my own very soon. Well, I guess I should keep the bag. Why am I taking them out of the bag? This doesn't even make sense. It was funny, the guy who I tried to get on the live stream the other day. If y'all remember that guy, the little fella. That said he was from Hawaii. Well, when he came back later, I saw he had his phone out. Now he's wanting to show. I guess maybe maybe to him it's confers some sort of importance, right? That I'm walking around talking to a phone, you know. And then when I told him there's 33 people watching, he tried to poo-poo that. Oh, well, I see that or whatever. Like, oh, really? I don't think you had any idea, partner. Okay. Yeah, then he's walking around out there with his phone on speakerphone. Thought it was kind of humorous. I mean, look, man, I don't trust the fucking water or the air. You know, I don't trust the air I'm breathing. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure, although it may not have been the only method of administration, the fucking bioweapon, I'm pretty sure that was involved something that was an aerosol, right? Maybe in combination with some electrical waves or whatever, radio waves. I don't fucking know. Microwave. I can't call it. But yeah, I'm just, doing what I can do while I can do it. And then at some point I'll get off my ass and get whatever little bit of cookware is involved in hard-boiled eggs. I'm sure it's not much. How could it be? I don't know. Is it possible to just separate the white from the egg out of the shell and then just cook the fucking yolks or what? I don't know. I don't know anything. Before I was just eating scrambled eggs. When I did steak and eggs, I was also eating the egg whites. But between my, issues around absorbing protein and my kidney issues, I'm better off without the whites. I'm pretty sure. The whites. You are now entering a public-private partnership. Your voice and likeness may be recorded and your breath sampled for quality control purposes. You know what? That's pretty much the reality, isn't it? I'm sure Walmart probably has some legalese somewhere that states that just me entering onto this property probably subjects me to all sorts of those things. Yeah, man. Yeah, I agree. I don't trust them either. I mean, we've seen surely we've all seen the Walmart, the Great Value brand ice cream sandwich that people have put on the sidewalk in 100 degrees and the fucker doesn't melt. Whatever pile of chemicals that is. So yeah, I certainly don't trust the Great Value hard-boiled eggs to actually be hard-boiled eggs, but whatever's in the yolks is doing me right. That's all I know. Whatever that may be. Somehow I've walked into the Grand Central Station on this parking lot, so I'm gonna wait for this traffic to pass. Now, some of this is confirmation bias, but it is interesting to me how many areas that I walk into suddenly become just traffic jams on some level, when there's like almost nothing happening on the entire, although I am close to the Murphy. People are trying to get gas and cigarettes and lottery tickets first thing in the morning, right? Everybody's curious, now I got the garbage man looking at me. It's funny, just you want some attention, just go out in public and put your phone on some goofy looking fucking stand like this, like I've got. Glorified selfie stick, and go out here and wander around, talk to yourself, see how the folks react to you. $3.27 a gallon. There it is, yeah, $3.27. I got to piss, Bo. I got to piss, Bo. Oh, shit. Good thing I'm sure-footed. Oh, look at this guy. He's going 100 miles an hour, man. I damn near stepped out in the street. Keep your head on a swivel. I damn near stepped out in the street. Here they come 60 miles an hour. I seen them, though. I seen them coming. Woody, if you don't break dude, it's so hard for me to see this. If you don't break the yolk, oh, okay, you can use the shell to separate out the yolk. Delicate. Yeah, I've seen a video of that. I'm saying once I do that, how do I cook the yolk? But yeah, that's a great advice. I saw that on a video, so that appears to work. Thank you for the tip. But yeah, how do I cook I mean, I understand it's a basic question. It's like with heat, you bozo. Okay. I just fucking cook them like I would cook scrambled eggs? Like what are we talking? There's the Popo. I do like to see that's probably just normal. He's probably just going to Walmart, though. Would be funny if somebody called the police on me and I'm already gone.
Mr. Joe Biden there.
I've ordered more pills than anyone in the world.
I wonder if John's had a conversation with old chief there. And then Las Vegas Review John's had a conversation.
Did not have
Yeah, because the police can't. Oh, wait. Yeah, man. Okay.
Okay, so a month later, after the mass shooting, and again, I don't know why he's not. I couldn't find anything from him concerning the mass shooting. Maybe they wiped it. Who knows? ABC News, November 29th, 2017. So this is like almost 2 months after the massacre in Las Vegas. Headline: Gunman on the run after robbing Las Vegas casino poker room. And there's a video clip here of the report from ABC News at the time.
First look at the man police are trying to find, and take a look. They say he was wearing a wig and glasses, and his face was partially covered when he robbed a cashier at the famed Bellagio's poker cage. They say they're confident they'll make an arrest soon.
There was video. There was a lot of things that were done to help us feel comfortable and confident, and that those that would commit crimes like this on the Strip will be hunted down.
Yeah, so he's going to hunt him down. The report, actually, the whole story, if you read it, they never found the guy. The report is they're confident they're going to find the guy. And then there's no other reporting following up as to what happened to this bandit or robber. So yeah, kind of interesting, but there he is in the news at the very least. And then over the next couple of years, he was highlighted in places like Review Journal. That's the Las Vegas Review Journal headline: "Disguised fentanyl pills fuel soaring death toll in Las Vegas." And here's John Pelletier at the podium talking about fentanyl.
What's even more shocking is we had just under a 200% increase in fentanyl-related deaths. Every single one of these did not have to happen. One bad pill will kill.
You should tell that to Mr. Joe Biden there.
I've ordered more pills than anyone in the world.
I wonder if John's had a conversation with old chief there. And then Las Vegas Review Journal headline: Las Vegas police captain named police chief in Maui. This was 2021, I believe. And this is a report, documenting the fact.
Las Vegas police captain will be the new chief of the Maui Police Department. Captain John Pelletier is a 22-year veteran of the Metro Police Department. Friday, he told the commission he's bringing his experience in tourist and community-based policing coming from Las Vegas.
But I don't think it was going too great, because the Maui News reported back in September of 2022, so about a year ago, commission declines to discipline police chief. So apparently people are complaining about the negative working conditions under John Pelletier, but the commission decided to not move forward with any kind of discipline. Maybe he's protected, So that's the guy. That's the guy. That's the guy going, give us your DNA to find your lost loved ones. That's him.
Yeah, it's like you see that, I forget the details, but it's like the gal who was in 2 school shootings.
Right.
Like there was one school shooting where she was, then she moved, and there was another one there. 2 famous ones. I forget the exact details, but when stuff lines up like that, it's just very suspicious.
Yeah. Well, that's one anomaly with this whole story about the Maui thing. That's just one thread that people are talking about. It's this John Pelletier guy, his history in Las Vegas and all that.
And the DNA, the DNA collection thing is weird.
It's weird,
like,
right? That's sort of the cherry on top. Like, okay, that's the guy asking for everyone's
The
DNA.
way that he's saying it too is like, did nobody give him coaching? He sounds like he is asking for your DNA. Yeah, at least sounds like a jerk, but like honestly sounds like he's hiding something. Like, you need to give us your DNA. You need to come in. You need to give us your biological samples. It's just very important. And considering some of the weirder things floating around this whole event, you add a DNA collection aspect to it, and it has a really broad sort of icky feeling to it. Let's see what else you got.
He's peddling the fentanyl thing. He must have done all the right things to be stationed for this. It's just weird, man. Some of these guys, it doesn't make any sense other than placed there, or at least used as some kind of source or mole. Who knows? So okay, let's move on to some other
it's like, again, we're going to get into like some bigger theories about the thing, but for really any big plan to come together, you have to have a man in law enforcement. You got to have a guy on the inside. That's like rule number one for perpetrating some op in a location, is you got to have law enforcement on the payroll or whatever, or at least have overlapping incentives with law enforcement.
So another thread that's been discussed quite a bit online as a response to the Maui fire is the sentiment that the area that was burned down was some kind of royal land, or it was the capital of Maui, the kingdom of Maui, or Hawaii. And the people that own some of the properties there aren't willing to sell to BlackRock and Vanguard and Oprah. Her name keeps getting brought up for some specific reasons. Can you give us a quick rundown of what that theory is? Basically, that just
it's kind of your basic sort of billionaire wants islands.
Class warfare type thing.
Class warfare. Natives won't sell. So Oprah has purchased something like close to like 300 to 500 acres of the island, which if you would have asked me before this, how many acres is the island of Maui, I probably would have guessed 500 acres, but I guess it's much bigger. So just huge swaths of land on the island, as well as a number of other billionaires. And they just keep buying. They just keep buying, keep buying, keep buying. And the classic story of people who have been on the island for generations, perhaps all of their generations, not wanting to sell to Oprah or BlackRock or Vanguard or any number of these obviously, if not, evil entities, they are at least counter incentivized to use the land for what the natives would prefer. I mean, that's a big deal. I mean, in Hawaii on the islands, it's like some serious class warfare between
serious.
Yeah,
I told you about
between
my
the
surfing story,
locals. I don't recall.
Oh, really?
Why don't you tell me about it?
I went surfing with a friend of mine who's Irish. He was an Irish guy. We love surfing. We're out there. We're out in on North Shore on Oahu. I'm on my longboard. He's on a shortboard. Shortboards, you're kind of already drawing attention from locals if you're walking around with a shortboard in Hawaii. So we're out there, and he kind of cuts. He didn't cut anybody off, but it was sort of, he was getting kind of close to some people. And these islanders, it was clearly those guys, the local guys, looked at me and said, "These foreigners, the white man," and they kind of did like the disapproval shake. And I was like, "It's my friend, Steve over there." But sure, yeah, the white man's taking over. It's just horrible with the shortboards. So if I experienced that, like 20 years ago in the waters, I can only imagine what's going on with real estate.
Right.
With
yeah.
Oprah
Yeah.
owning over 1,000 acres, is it, or more now?
I think it's in the hundreds. I'm not.
No,
I don't
I'm
have
looking
the
at an
numbers
article
right
now that says she has more than 1,000.
Oh, well, I believe it. Yeah, it's crazy. It's
Already
and there's a
owns
number
more
of
than 1,000. So she bought 870 according to this story. So anyway, yeah, I mean, she's
Yeah.
buying it all up.
And she's not the only one. There's a number of billionaires doing the same thing. And I'm seeing, I haven't had the opportunity to go back and fully confirm all the details on this. But there's recent legislation over in Hawaii that are lining up with sort of the smart city, WEF technocratic thing. I'm over here on Hitachi. What is it? It's some website being run by Hitachi. It's Hitachi branded, but it's talking about the new smart grid in Hawaii. Jump Smart Maui project is what it's called. So apparently, allegedly, there are claims that this legislation has just recently passed, and of course, the locals are not very stoked about that. It's a whole thing, and so yeah, of course, there are theories floating around that this is a great way to either scare off people who wouldn't sell, or to devalue the land, to perhaps even clear the land for redevelopment. And it's even weirder. I don't know if we have any of these clips already, but there's apparently Oprah showed up just immediately for some photo ops.
To be there.
It's just like the next day. She's there. She's going to the the FEMA camps or the what are they called? I don't know, refugee camps or whatever. And she's there's a video of her just like literally fluffing this guy's pillow and putting it behind his head at this shelter. And she's walking around, getting filmed, just sort of puttering around the shelter, getting some good PR, getting shots. She was actually denied access to at least one shelter because they're like, you can't bring cameras in here. What are you talking about? And it's just very much got that skeezy feel. And with the sort of smart city legislation, they were going to need to clear out a bunch of the land anyways. And now it'll be going for a nickel. Now a lot of this, of course, is simply theories that are floating around, but it's things aren't not lining up for this.
Well, in response to some of what you said there's a PolitiFact article. Of course, PolitiFact, fact checking here. Maui fires are part of an intentional effort to rebuild the island into a smart city. And they go through all this stuff here. Let me just cut to the chase because it's pretty funny. At the very end, they cite how there was conferences and stuff earlier this year that weren't about smart cities, but certainly smart cities were discussed, as any conference thinking about the future would discuss smart cities. And at the very end here, our ruling, an Instagram video claims that fires in Hawaii may have been intentionally set to make way to turn Maui into a smart island. As evidence, the video cites a smart city conference in January. Smart cities is a concept that suggests using technology to enhance government services and residents' lives. It wouldn't require the destruction of a city to enact. The concept of smart cities was among many topics researchers broached at a January conference in Maui, but the research was not specific to Maui. Although an official cause of the fire has yet to be determined, officials have not said foul play is suspected. We rate this claim false. So no, they didn't destroy it to build a smart island. We were already going to do that anyway, so it's just a convenient thing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. They're at least having conferences about it. It's funny because I believe it was Politico who had the fact check that smart cities didn't even exist. Like the idea of a smart city was not even real. That's all conspiracy theory. Yeah, there's what's called 15-minute cities, and yeah, Klaus Schwab wrote about wanting to centralize population in order to have ultimate power and surveillance over all human beings. Yes, but smart city. doesn't show up in his book or whatever their thing was. It's kind of funny now. They're like, oh yeah, smart cities. We're
It's
aware
been
of
an
those.
idea for 30 years. It doesn't require
Yeah.
the structural destruction. Yeah, pretty funny how they skipped over the part where they have to admit that it actually is a thing.
The funny part is they think anybody is actually buying it, what they're saying. There was another sort of branch of the theories that included the tunnel systems in Hawaii. There's some pretty prominent known tunnel systems that were located near some high profile celebrity properties, but also happened kind of right in the areas of the fires. There was also some pretty devastating news about how school children were sent home that day because of the high winds and because of the zero warning signs and stuff, which we'll get into. Their parents didn't know to go home, and tragically they think these children perished in their homes that all got burned up, a whole neighborhood full of these. And then, of course, you've got people thinking, well, perhaps they didn't actually die in the fire and perhaps have met an even more unfortunate end, considering the connections people have made between tunnel systems, celebrities, and missing children.
Yeah, the theories are many layered. And there is also one that would have cosmic implications. Of course, we're talking about the lasers. This one, just a quick headline here.
Chinese news!
Futurism.com publishing, Chinese military says it's figured out how to build laser weapons that can fire indefinitely. So, so of course, if you have lasers, they get hot, but apparently they figured out a way to keep it running, man. Keep the lasers running. And I bring that up just because of the conversation here about the directed energy weapons when it comes to Maui. There's some photos and stuff like that out there, and I don't know. Some people say it's a lens flare. Some people say it's some kind of artifact from the camera or whatnot. Hard to say anything conclusive from video and stuff like that. Although there are definitely compelling videos. But I want to highlight some stuff that was researched by the Last American Vagabond over there on Twitter. Does pretty good work. And I re-researched some of the stuff, some screenshots he had. I went to the source and I have all the sources listed in the show notes for this episode. But it has to do with directed energy weapons and Maui specifically. So the first thing I want to show you is directly from the Air Force Research Laboratory website, and that's AFRL. And they have basically a contact under the contact tab, some job openings, AFRL directed energy research opportunities, and one of them is in Maui, Hawaii. It says here, Army's White Sands Missile Range and the Air Force Maui Optical and Supercomputing Sites, Amos, and Hawaii.
Ooh.
Yeah, so they have a supercomputer named Amos running in Maui at the Air Force Station there. And I'll get to the location of that in a moment. You can if you get this job, Basil, this is perfect for you to infiltrate the whole thing. You're a Trojan horse there. High-powered electromagnetics, you got laser systems, you got directed energy and electro-optics for space superiority technologies, weapons molding. And at the bottom here it says at the heart of directed energy directorate's research is the mission of the United States Air Force to deliver sovereign options for the defense of the United States of America and its global interests, to fly and fight in airspace and cyberspace. So yes, this laser situation directed energy thing is of national interest or national security interest. Okay, skipping over here to the Air Force website, af.mil. There's Dr. Kelly D. Hammett. There's a profile here, a biography of this man named Dr. Kelly. He's a very established person here. He's a member of the Senior Executive Service, Director and Program Executive Officer for the Space Rapid Capabilities Office, the Space RCO, Kirtland Air Force Base, New Mexico, which I believe is one of the locations this job. Kirtland Air Force Base, New Mexico is the other location, apart from Maui, listed on this job description. So there is Dr. Hammett. Dr. Hammett entered the Air Force as a second lieutenant in 1988, received his commission through the ROTC program at the University of Oklahoma Norman. His 20-year active duty career spanned a variety of positions, mainly focused on directed energy weapon system technology development and acquisition, and culminated after serving as the director of engineering for a $7 billion airborne laser program. Yeah, the one everybody knows about. You know that one. His civilian career started at Kirtland AFB, where he served in various positions to include the chief engineer for the Directed Energy Directorate's Optics Division and the Directed Energy Directorate's chief engineer, where he led engineering and program management activities and provided technical oversight of more than 30 science and technology programs valued at over $300 million. And it says here he has some world records, like directed energy technology world records. So I'd be interested to know more about that. Throughout his career, he's led more than 30 successful field demonstrations of optical and directed energy technologies for space surveillance, missile defense, force protection, air superiority, and global precision attack mission needs. Prior to his current assignment, Dr. Hammett was a directed energy directorate, Air Force Research Laboratory. Yeah, so he's been doing this thing for a while. It says here between May 2003 and September 2005, he was Commander-in-Chief Engineer, Detachment 15, Air Force Research Laboratory, Maui, Hawaii. So there's your Maui reference. I mean, he was there. Clearly, there's a station there. But the rabbit hole gets a little bit deeper here. Let's go back to AFRL. That's the Air Force Research Laboratory. They have an article that was published on June 13th of 2022. Directed Energy Leader Recap Time, and AFRL looks ahead in space position. And of course, this is a profile article on Dr. Kelly Hammett, and really, just a puff piece on the guy. And it says here, before taking the role as director, Hammett served 4 years as the director's chief engineer, helping solve a number of challenges in programs such as electric laser on an aircraft, or ELA, the Airborne Laser Testbed, or ALTB, the high-power microwave CHAMP system, and tackling the Air Force Maui Optical and Supercomputing, or AMOS, Sites Sustainment and Modernization Program, along with other challenges. So he was the guy tackling the Air Force Maui Optical Supercomputing, or AMOS, the site there, Sustainment and Modernization Program. And he talked about this. Quote, "We delivered the USAF's first ever operational directed energy weapons," he said. Quote, "as part of the Air Force Directed Energy Experimentation Campaign, AFRL characterized and deployed 4 directed energy counter unmanned aerial systems to overseas locations, 3 Raytheon high energy laser weapons systems, and the AFRL Tactical High Power Operational Responder 4 systems. Woo! We built 4 in-house in 18 months. A record-breaking time." And for those of you who have not been around, I wrote a book in 2014 called The Cosmic Endgame. It was never published because I just stopped editing it, and I couldn't get one to edit it, but it's there. And one of the things I talked about was kinetic bombardment, the rods of God, as it is known. It's part of Project Thor. It's these tungsten rods that can fall from space and they catch so much velocity that it can get to the core of the Earth or something like that. I don't know. It's a crazy concept, but it's been experimented on, and the hypervelocity rod bundles and stuff like that. Talk about calling fire down from heaven.
Now. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure, at some level. So yeah, this guy, he's stoked that he made Thor in 18 months. This guy's a magician.
He's the guy.
He's the guy. Okay, later down in the article here, to add one more significant milestone, Hammock includes his work with the Maui-based Amos site, also called AFRL Detachment 15, until it was renamed recently. Quote, putting and keeping Maui on a path of financial stability and technical excellence is a major source of satisfaction for me. I was proud to speak of the Amos team's achievements on May 26 when the Amos site was activated as the 15th Space Surveillance Squadron, where it is now recognized officially as both a research and development site under AFRL and an operational site under the U.S. Space Force. I could not be more proud of our airmen and guardians at Maui. And he talks about how the weapons need to be sort of deployed properly, and proper mission clarity and protocol and stuff like that. But this guy really
so he's basically the godfather of the American directed energy weapon I don't know, industry or something.
Yeah, like the apparatus or the official sort of the public, I don't know, deployment of the technology in sort of an institutionalized or militarized way. So it's very interesting. Now, I looked up where the headquarters are because I was like, okay, where's the HQ of this building? And I found that it was on Google Maps over here. Let's see. I'm going to show it on screen here for people just listening. I'll try to describe it. Maui Research and Technology Park is where I was able to, I don't know, I looked up the actual Air Force thing, and that's the address or the area that it gave me. There's a Hawaii Technology Academy thing, but it's pretty close to the edge of sort of just land. And it's not so populated. It's kind of at the edge of the city or living space that's off the shore there. Now, there's a map thing where it shows on, this is foxktvu.com. It has an interactive map of a before and after of the fires in Maui. And interestingly, this changed. No, it did not. Okay, so before, if you zoom in, that whole area, the technology area, is grayed out on the map. But then you pull the scroll or the screen down or whatever, and you see it after the fire allegedly, and you can see the buildings there. So here's my question: if these fires aren't just like some random thing, is it possible that this is kind of like the 2023 version of Pearl Harbor? But it's all psyop, it's all covert. It's like nobody knows exactly what's going on, but damage is done, people die, all that kind of stuff. It just feels like, and I brought that China story at the beginning because it was just weird to me that China would be like, oh yeah, we got lasers that don't get hot. And then we have the fire thing. There's all this weird Biden stuff we'll get into. But the fact that there are people that have been working at this Maui facility on Maui for this technology with a supercomputer, and they were happy, or they were, looks like this guy, Dr. Hammond, was sort of on the cutting edge of all this, and very proud of the fact that he was able to bring Maui up to par and actually make it part of not just a research development, but what did they say? It was like an active place for the Space Force, a station for the Space Force. Is it possible that one of them was just taken out by another adversary? I'm trying to think geopolitically in that sense, but of course,
All right, I'm gonna get out of here, y'all. I'll be back later, most likely. If not, I'll probably be on OTW News or Paul Enslaved or Synthetic Warrior, somebody. I know Z's on right now. I'm missing it, but anyway, I gotta get out of here. Much love, peace and blessings. See y'all soon. Bam. Peace. Much love.